Hello, YouTube.
Hi YouTube. If you like the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment down below.
Smash that like button.
I spend way too much of my time watching YouTube, so it resonates.
Yeah. Oh god. How many people are we now? We are still not as many as we were yesterday. Also, it looks like I have very different levels for my own voice and for... Alright. Can someone try and say something?
Yo.
Alright, I think this is...
Something longer, or is it good?
No, this is fine. I just had to check on the audio meter how like the volume was like, and we peak around the same point now. So
It sounds sexy.
before I was like, yeah. So yesterday's stream, my voice must have been like significantly louder than anyone else's. So I'm just trying to even it out a bit.
Which part? I just joined.
Time? I did not hear what Rio said.
Oh, I just asked if you were talking about fart because it sounds
No.
like it.
No, I'm talking about the audio levels in the stream setup.
We're talking about peaking at the same height.
Yep.
Sorry, Monkey. I think you've already peaked. It's all downhill from here.
Oh no!
Hey,
Oh,
what's up?
apparently all downhill for me. You're muted, Rob, because I muted you.
It looks like we're almost at the same level of people as yesterday. So
I think we were oscillating between 14 and 16, but I know at least Param's not going to be there, so
yeah.
I suppose we're about as many as we should be.
I feel like there was someone else that said yesterday they were not gonna be here for the start. But like I said, we're almost at the level. Not that we are exactly at that level, but like people can trickle in as well. I don't know, maybe give people 5 more minutes and we start scheduling a quarter past.
Yeah, I mean we could also get started by looking at the current organization so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we have a bunch of MusicBrainz breakout sessions, and Ryu Saravak wants to be in all of them.
Did I hear freakout sessions? Because that sounds about right.
I mean, if you're included, then sure. MusicBrainz breakout sessions.
I mean, yeah, it would make sense for MusicBrainz people to be in most of those, I guess. And I mean, the few of them that are not there are style, so like.
So I don't know if there's a way to pair those up in a way that allows people to participate. Like maybe the search server and the community cleanup can be done at the same time, and then Rio will have to pick one or the other. Because that seems like the one that has the least amount of overlap in interested parties.
That would probably work, I guess. I was actually wondering, do we have that much stuff that we actually need to do a breakout? Because there isn't like that many hours content here.
Alice there was talking about there coming another handful of topics on.
Fair. I guess I could see that happening.
But I don't know, is Alistair here yet?
Yes,
Alistair is here. All right.
Good
But
morning.
he's also asking us to go slower. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
I don't know how you turn it off.
Look for.
So Alistair, are those now Alistair is requesting a break. Were you serious about those 6 additional topics yesterday? And if so, are they still a thing, Alistair?
I mean, I just assumed that during discussion some more topics would come, and that hasn't happened so far. So
Do we need to do everything today? Can't we do?
I mean, we only have like 6 things left, and a lot of them don't seem to be that big of topics.
Say again?
The one thing that I'm looking at that I think might actually be better than a breakout for an actually plenary session is the World After Template Toolkit Crisis for MusicBrainz, because that's like a general MusicBrainz roadmap. And I don't know, I personally think that's, more people should be involved in that. But I don't know. How do you feel about that, Bitbam? Are you awake enough for that?
Kind of. What was the question? You think it should be like a more...
No, the answer is no.
Sorry? Yeah, so maybe not the first one then.
Okay. Well, I'm suggesting that the World After Template Toolkit Crisis one, it sounds like it's more general MusicBrainz roadmap stuff. Or did you have something else in mind with that?
I think Yvonne added that topic. I'm not sure I had anything specific planned. I think we just wanted to discuss like what our roadmap would be after we finish converting everything.
Yeah, but it's more midterm. Like, what do we have to complete the React transition, and what immediately we can do using this new React implementation. So it's a more midterm roadmap. And because there are many features which are expected and which are delayed because of this transition.
Yes. I don't know if that should be elevated from a breakout session to be a more where everyone is involved in it. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Could you repeat, please?
I am wondering if the future roadmap for MusicBrainz post template toolkit, if that should be elevated to a discussion where everyone is present.
I would personally be happy to sit in. I'm not sure I'd have that much to contribute myself, but I'd be very happy to sit in and hear what is being planned and what the like MusicBrainz co-developers kind of see for the foreseeable future after template toolkit. So I would like to be present.
Okay, so either people
I don't mind either.
or should just leave it as a breakout session, because I'm not hearing enough consensus around making a full session out of it. So let's just leave it as a breakout.
I don't mind personally for it to be a wider session. If it's also about how we're transitioning to React, there could be stuff that applies to me personally.
Quite possibly.
I also feel like with the things we have on the timetable for today, unless more topics do emerge, we have plenty of time to do everything as individual sessions and still have hours to spare.
I'm sure more topics will emerge. They always do. And but why don't we just pick something that is not terribly challenging and get a move on so that we can start doing something that's productive rather than sitting around.
Yep.
And then later on we'll find out more things to do as we get a move on. But let's do something.
I was instruments or ListenBrainz?
ListenBrainz. Alistair, are you around?
Hello.
I'm not. I need to break.
I would suggest starting with ListenBrainz, just because that seems to be the main one where everyone involved is importantly in Europe or a time zone where everyone is more or less awake by now. But most of the MusicBrainz things involve half asleep people.
Okay, I'm totally happy to go with that. Alistair, do you want to lead that?
Sure. I mean, so basically for me, this was to see whether we can get some more discussion, basically following on from what you and Nico and I discussed on Wednesday.
Would it be good for us maybe to go over the document, not in detail, but sort of just like overview the document as far as the things are that we've discussed? And then if people have reactions or like, I hate that idea, we can take feedback on that.
Sounds good to me.
All right, let's go do that.
I'm pasting the document in IRC right now. Maybe with an off.
I think it's MetaBrainz only. Should I change?
I'll change it. Hold on.
Why do you always call it IRC?
That's how we say it in English.
I don't know. I think of it as IRC.
That's how I feel about that pronunciation.
No, it's IRC.
IRC.
Okay, reload. You should be able to get into it now.
I can't get into it. You need some. What is this?
Try and reload again.
So the thing about this document is it's very much a draft. I mean, there's nothing concrete and there's no sort of real main roadmap or anything. But the idea is that we sort of had this general discussion and saying, okay, we've started with this idea of recommendation. We've sort of we've got a couple of recommendation charts up and running. We're giving artists you might like or songs you might like or whatever. And the question is sort of what's next, both in terms of what should we give, what should we present to people so that they can go to a page and get a playlist of X, and also what data, what resources and what data sets should we use from the MetaBrainz side to produce these recommendations. Should we only use data from ListenBrainz? Should we include data from MusicBrainz? Should we include data from AcousticBrainz, et cetera, et cetera?
So I should also say that we're not really at a point where we're ready to jump in and just like charge ahead into the timeline and build new features. The features we still have require still an awful lot of tweaking, debugging. As you can see, there's a lot of, we're asking for feedback on these recommended tracks. And I've been guiding Vansika very carefully to ensure that we're managing expectations around this, and to say these recommended tracks are not actual playlists we're recommending. I was like, yeah, I mean, if you actually play the whole thing, it's like it's. I mean, I've enjoyed playing to a couple of those lists, fine, right? But in general, the way I envision this as evolving is that the system is going to need a lot more, I don't know, a lot more work, right? Having just a list of recommended tracks or possible tracks to recommend is really only the starting point. And what I'm considering is building multiple sets of these. So we've got these two similar artists and top artist tracks, but there's a bunch of people already coming up with like, well, we could do this, we could do this. And what about this timeline? What about, over larger time windows and things like that? So I see us building more models over time, which then the Troy toolkit, the whole idea with Troy is that it has access to all of these data sets, right? So these data sets that Alistair is talking about, the goal is to host absolutely everything, whether it's a data set hoster or a more permanent API. And then the idea behind that is that the Troy toolkit can be just cloned. It's just a Python repository. You don't need to download any databases. Everything is remote, so set up the virtual env and go, right? And the idea then is that you should be able to take these tracks that ListenBrainz is offering up as things that you would just grab out of. So, for instance, kind of stepping back a little bit from where we are now, trying to give a little bit of purpose and context to Troy. I think what we should do is, let's just say that we have like a couple of bins. We don't have those yet, but like tracks that are really familiar to me, that are comfortable tracks that I've not listened to in the last 2 months, right? And then there's things like, okay, these tracks you have never actually listened to, right? But we think you'd like those, right? So one is like, make me play music that I'm comfortable with and is really happy and easy. The other one is music discovery, and that can be a bit more painful, a little bit more work, a little bit more like, I didn't really like this, and give the system feedback, and I have to pay attention. It's the music industry would say it's a lean in experience as opposed to a lean back experience where you're like, oh, just give me something I'm comfortable with. I don't want to think about it. So, and if you have these as data sets that are available, then recommenders can look at these and say like, okay, for making a playlist that is comfortable, I'm just going to pick all the things that are really highly rated of this. But then I want to intersperse some things. So if a user says, I want 75% comfortable stuff and 25% more edgy or new stuff, right? Then the Troy recommender can take these bits of input and say like, okay, I'll take some of these, I'll take some of those. So, and we're not really ready with all of this yet, right? So so when Alistair says like, what should we do next? We're really talking about, I don't know, most of the things that are on this list are not really going to be tackled until early next year or so, is my sort of guess. So that was it to sort of frame the conversation a little bit. Back to Alistair, do you want to go over the basics that we came up with?
Sure, and I think tied into sort of what you just commented there, so to prefix this discussion by saying all of these items in this document are things that Rob and Nico and I sat down for an hour and a half and just threw some ideas out. So we're not saying that this is what we want to do. This is basically what we came up with, throwing around some ideas. So if but perhaps we should make this a little bit more interactive and say if you really do think that there's something missing here, or if you have some really interesting ideas. I see Kakat said music discovery is the only thing I'm interested in with recommendations, which is fine, right? So some people are in it for discovery of new stuff. As Rob said, lean back, kind of, some people are in it just to get played more of the same stuff that they like and are used to. So I'm not really sure if anyone has ideas about how to go through this document. Like I could just start talking from the top and saying, hey, we came up with this idea. Is that useful to people, or?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Rob, you were talking about how like playlists, the recommendations are not meant as a playlist. Do you mean that, you know, that you're not, yes, that you cannot play them right now, or do you mean like they don't like kind of seed into each other in a nice way? Because I mean, my experience with even like, you know, let's say state of the art, like Spotify recommendation stuff is that it doesn't really try very hard to make it listenable. Like I have plenty of cases where it jumps from rap to classical to death metal in 3 songs. So I don't think that's a problem, but maybe I'm missing some of the point.
No, really, what you were saying is it's point 2, right? It's it hasn't been. It could be playable, and it really depends on the person that is creating the recommendation tool to decide whether a playlist is going to be something that's carefully ordered or whether it's just throwing things at you, right? And to give you an idea, to say, so what I kind of described a minute ago of like, I want to do some discovery where I do 75% comfortable stuff, 25% new stuff. That's one way of doing things, right? The other approach might be, one of the things that I think Troy is going to be very useful is like, if you're trying to make a playlist to go do an exercise workout to, let's say you're going for a jog, right? So you might have some music that like, as you're leaving the house and you're starting to warm up, like you might want to have like a BPM that's kind of low, right? It's not particularly fast, but you know that your warm up usually takes about 3 minutes. And then you want the BPM to kind of kick up a little bit, and then you get to that hill, you kind of need some energy to charge up the hill. So that's when you want the BPM to pick up a little bit, right? You get to the top of the hill, and then you're kind of plodding the hill down before the house, and like you might want to have the BPM pick up, drop, and those sorts of things, right? And that's where a playlist is being curated and collated in a particular order, right? And honestly, really, what we're saying with like, this is not a playlist, is really it's not so much saying what it is or what it isn't as much as it is managing expectations. Saying it's like,
so basically, this is a bag of tracks. Don't expect too much from it. That's the main point.
Right.
Okay.
Right now, it's ordered by the rating, and we're still tweaking with the ratings. We're not particularly happy with them yet, right? So there's several things that need to be happening with that, and that's just a shit sort of organization. So managing expectations more than anything else.
I just started a new section in the document about playlisting. I think that's sort of an interesting comment to say we can definitely split this into the idea of just getting a bunch of tracks that we think might fit, and then what to do with that. You know, can we, like Rob said, can we order it in a particular way based on your what you're doing? You know, if you're looking to tune out, or if you're looking to go running, or whatever. Frezzo says, one thing I'd like is to feed a playlist and have a procedurally generated playlist and or playlist of tracks. It may or may not include tracks included in the source playlist, but it should include tracks similar to those. Okay, that's really useful. So 2018, at the Rexus conference, which is a recommendation systems conference, Spotify ran a challenge, which was here is a bunch of data, build a system to do X. And the challenge that year was playlisting. So they gave a bunch of playlists. They gave a bunch of playlists of metadata, playlist names, lists of tracks. And the idea was that you had to make the rest of the playlist. And so the evaluation happened by listing sort of the first 75% of the playlist and then removing the final 25%. And you got more points if you chose some of those 25% as your recommendations. What I have heard news about recently is that this data set has recently been made open. And so that could be a really interesting source of data for this kind of thing. I would add that into recommendations. I'm going to add that here as playlist generation, like challenge. So I think this is sort of a combination of what we were talking about as playlisting, as in choosing the order in which to list a bunch of songs, compared to like generating a playlist based on other playlist stuff. I don't know. I'll put it there, and we'll see if we'll continue working on this document and see if anything comes out. That says ListenBrainz users should be able to manually recommend one or more tracks to one or more friends, either ListenBrainz users using emails or whatever. Also, users should be able to add tracks to playlist and recommend a full playlist publicly or privately. That's really interesting as well. That is that the same as kind of an extension of MusicBrainz collections?
Yes.
I want a playlist named Silly Name.
Yes. So this is kind of interesting because it's not automated playlists, right? It's curated playlists. So this is saying
yes, but that's a point. I think you can use such human-made playlist to feedback the AI engine. So you can use that to make better recommendation to other users. So absolutely. You see what I mean?
And to be fair, I mean, for all of those who do use Spotify, right? The number of Spotify created playlists is huge.
Yes. So let me interject with yet another thing. On November 21, 22nd, somewhere thereabouts, we're going to have an online hack weekend. And during this hack weekend, we're going to add playlist support to ListenBrainz. So the idea then is that if somebody generates a playlist using Troy or whatever in our ecosystem, they basically send it to Spotify, and Spotify gives it a unique ID and a URL where you can fetch it. So this way, and then each playlist will actually have a feature next to it that says export to Spotify, export to Apple, export to blah, 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 right? So then you can go take that into your universe and use it in your player and what have you. And playlists can be both like auto-generated playlists or just a general community sharing playlist kind of tool. And Lotharic also posted a link the other day where somebody, I forget where that was, but they suggested that these playlists are being made collaborative. So what we should do when we're building this is actually build that in and say, all right, let's just say that these people have access to managing this playlist, and then we can build collaborative playlists as well as generated playlists. And we have a general store for them, which then also plays back to what Zaz was saying. We can use these playlists as ways of saying, like, okay, this is a human-made playlist. Let's use it as feedback into our engine. When this is a computer-generated playlist, we're not really going to use that for our engine. But if you're doing, say, like an analysis on how Spotify makes playlists, cool, right? So maybe we'll do that down the line. But it's basically PlaylistBrainz, but we're not creating a new top-level project. This is just going to be featured inside of ListenBrainz. And this has a massive potential for us to be able to collect lots of relevant data that could be really fun and useful.
By the way, this seems like a pretty good case to get if we want to get more ratings into MusicBrainz, for example. Then we can just add more tags. Then giving an option like generate a playlist on Spotify or whatever for me of things that are tagged punk and I have rated 4 or more because I want to listen to some punk I like, would be like the perfect way, in my opinion, to make people kind of go into MusicBrainz and rate their stuff and tag it as punk or whatever.
Please add that to the document.
Yeah, this is something that's already on my radar, where I want to have in the very first one of these coordinated efforts I want to do, I think I talked about it yesterday, is because we have the artist origins graph, which looks really good. But if the artists that you listen to don't have an origin listed in a database, they don't show up in your graph, right? So there's a bunch of data that's falling out, and we're collecting this data. There's like, hey, this artist doesn't have this graph, so we can surface that. So I'd like to say, like, maybe the month of February will be our artist origin or this artist country cleanup month, where we encourage people to go listen to their stuff and MetaBrainz, get the report of artists that are missing, and then go in and fill those things in. The same thing we can do with tags. If we start building models for recommendations built on tags, now we finally are closing the metadata loop, right? Because like, I'm really a big key fan on having metadata loops where there's a system for storing particular bits of metadata and then editing that metadata, and then there needs to be users using it. And our tags have never really had a compelling use case that people are using. Whereas now, if people come into these recommendations and we say like, hey, you know, you're missing some tags out, you're missing some tracks out of these recommendations, go in and fix the tags for these tracks in MusicBrainz, and then next recommendation run, your tags will show up, right? This is a massively powerful way for us to grow the community and get more people to enter data. And it's a two-way street. I give some data, and I will get better recommendations out of it. And I think this is a really compelling sort of value proposition.
I was just thinking out loud. Well, no, not thinking out loud. Thinking inside my head about Zas's comment, which was manually recommend one or more tracks to one or more friends. This is kind of like the feed stuff that Param was
exactly
showing.
That.
Are we also inadvertently reinventing This Is My Jam?
Possibly.
Right, like pinning recommendations sounds like a cool idea.
Ooh, right, and you know, maybe if you can type a recommendation, right? This is my jam, or like, hey, this is my new favorite track, or I'm listening to this right now. Or, you know, different, like, yeah, we can do, you know, this is my jam. We can bring that feature back. Good idea.
Cool.
And I'll go back to a Spotify feature that I really loved way back 10 years ago or something, where you had your list of friends always on the bar on the side, and you could just drag and drop a track or an album to a friend's name, and it would appear in their feed. And that was for me absolutely perfect, and I was livid when they removed that, because I used it a lot with my friends. It's like, here's a song, and then they don't have to faff around sending it through Telegram or through whatever to listen to it. And I really like that. For me, for user-made recommendations, that was really good.
So as an interesting counter to that, I've never used that functionality, and the idea of it sounds awful.
I hated people to see when I was playing, because it was, you know, if I feel like playing some, you know, bad pop music, then everyone would tease me about listening to bad pop music. I mean, it's probably fine if you have nice friends, but you know, if you're like, say, a teenage metalhead, you're gonna get so bullied with that shit. So, you know, that kind of stuff.
So it was an active thing. You had to click and drag something that you want to recommend and drag it on one specific person as a way to send them that song, basically.
I mean, that sounds cool. Just I remember that it used to share literally everything you were listening to everyone in your friends list on Facebook or some shit like that on Spotify, and that was like, the fuck.
I mean, Rio, you do remember that we're making a thing called MetaBrainz, which has a list of all of the songs that you're listening to.
Sure. One thing is that. Another thing is that, you know, it gets pushed in their face on the side while they are using their own thing, right? If someone wants to spy on my bad taste, that's one thing. My bad taste doesn't need to be pushed in their face, is my point.
Yeah, sure. That's perhaps an interesting thing to sort of pivot into. In MTG, we've been talking a lot, and I mean worldwide, right? This is a kind of really important topic now with regarding ethics in AI and recommendations. And so these sort of questions of saying, well, music is fine, right? There's nothing unethical about music recommendation. Is that true? You look into things like genre representation, gender representation, or country representation. You know, if you're only recommending top 40 from white American musicians, then that's really different to saying, you know, we have all of this music available, why can't we recommend something else? And like Rob had...
How does a Rickroll fit into this?
I mean, that's just expected, I guess, but...
Well, but still, it's like, in a way, if we start looking at this a little bit more fine-grained, it is a violation of, I don't know, public trust, or a violation of friend trust when I throw something in your face that you don't want to hear or see, right? That starts, I mean, this is kind of a joke, but if you take this a little bit further and say, like, you know, if I basically throw, you know, hate videos or hate music in your face, you know, that now we're starting to get into some real issues, right? So, yeah, I think the answer is a resounding yes. There are issues in music recommendation as far as ethics are concerned.
Yeah, like you would absolutely get people sending like Last Christmas to everyone starting December 1st, just in case they're playing this Wamageddon game. So we should block that one, actually.
But seriously, there, like we should keep this as a design tenet as well. So to say, what's our system for ensuring that people can report, you know, malicious pushes if we have push recommendations, let's say.
I think we could also try to mitigate that with how you're friends with someone, meaning you have to have a sort of mutual trust in order to be able to send something to someone, right? So I asked Rob to be my friend. He has to accept before I can send stuff to him. I think that's one way to low cost mitigate those problems of spamming, which we'll undeniably have. There's this guy on MetaBrainz, this Quebecois artist that's been continuously playing the same 3 albums in a loop for months, which I would expect if he's able to, if that person's able to send their stuff to me, they would. To anyone, but I suppose if I can block them, or if I can just by default not receive random people's suggestions, then that problem probably goes away pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. We didn't talk about this in our discussion last week, but that's a really interesting point that you just brought up. So let's say like the naive way of doing recommendation would probably rank those 3 albums quite high because they've been played a lot.
They were only spotted because someone generated a top 100 artists on MetaBrainz, right. And suddenly this like absolutely unknown band appears, you know, above the Rolling Stones or something, and it's like, what the hell is Vision Eternelle?
Can someone add that somewhere as sort of like we should perhaps try and do automatic spam mitigation to a certain extent, whether that means reports to see if these kinds of things appear. Rob, do you remember Paul Lemaire's blog post about this? There was a Korean boy band, maybe, whose fans.
Oh, that.
Were,
yes.
CatQuest, do you remember what they were called?
I remember that we had specifically in MetaBrainz, we had some Filipino boy band who was spamming their fans were spamming the page with ratings and tags. So like, I mean, that's sort of, I mean, the MetaBrainz where this doesn't really get pushed to anyone, it's already happening. So in that sense, yeah, I cannot imagine it wouldn't be a problem on a much larger scale if they can actually, know that they can get listened to that way. So that's definitely a problem. I mean, in MusicBrainz, we ended up having to, so we used to have tags and ratings as something you could do without an email account confirmation. But yeah, people were having like hundreds of new accounts just to do that, and we ended up having to block it unless you confirm your email. So certainly expect this to be a problem. It's going to be a problem.
We had someone in Freesound just a few weeks ago who was creating sock puppet accounts to download their tracks that they'd uploaded because we've got a ranking of most downloaded tracks. And so in the end, we wrote to them and said, hey, we see what you're doing. What's going on? And they deleted all of their stuff and disappeared. But
honestly, that's not a bad resolution, to be honest. If you go like, hey, what are you doing? And they disappear in a puff of smoke, that's okay. As long as we can make sure that doesn't affect the recommendation system in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about how to actually do some of the spam detection, because it's actually very easy to write one query that looks at sort of your distribution of songs. If you only have 8 different songs that are being played, or 50 different songs that are being played, but you've got 1 million plays, right? It's that's a spam account. We should highlight that. And then we should send a list of usernames to Freso, and then have them go hey, this is no good what you're doing. If you don't respond within a week, we'll actually just block your account. And if you don't actually respond within a month, we'll actually delete your account.
Is Freso scalable?
Well, not yet, right? But for
depends on the tools I have available.
Right. I mean, we're early times, right? I don't think we have that many spamming accounts, but I can spend a little bit of time writing this query. This is not a big query to write. So let me noodle on that a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah, I suppose there's other queries that we could write to just flag weird behavior that we're not expecting. And I would hope that we make it in such a way that CatCat isn't caught in that net from playing the same song, a possibly suspicious amount of time, where in fact it's actually completely normal. But I guess we'll have to adjust that. And you've played this song literally 1 million times, and continuously throughout the past few months. That's obviously kind of spam.
Yeah, I doubt that CatCat is going to get caught up in the particular filter I'm thinking about, because CatCat has an awful lot of diversity, and so shouldn't be a problem. But if you really only have 30 tracks you're listening to, but you just I mean, I just need to look at the ratio. I would just calculate some ratios or something like that, and people like that are just gonna stick out like sore thumbs, right? And just
cool. I mean, I don't mind writing some scripts to publish a bunch of stuff to a fake ListenBrainz account if we need to test that stuff. Because for Spotify, for example, you have to listen to a song for 30 seconds in order for it to count in their system, whereas I can send 1 million requests per minute to ListenBrainz just with a bunch of varied listens, maybe to throw it off the tracks.
I mean, spam is always going to be a cat and mouse game, right? So let's start with the first Tom and Jerry attack and see what comes out next. And
out of curiosity, what happens if you listen to music where songs are shorter than 30 seconds?
Sorry?
It's going to be 30 seconds or until the end of the song, whichever comes first.
Oh, okay, right, sure.
I think we've had a few interesting extra ideas come up that everyone wants to follow Zas. Come on, where's the? Do you have a zine, Zas, that we can subscribe to? Don't.
Well, the thing is, Zaz, in my opinion, is sort of our toughest customer, right? If we can actually build enough systems where Zaz is adequately, where his history is being adequately recorded in ListenBrainz, then we're on the right track. But right now, Zaz is so far out of the target users or our capabilities. So.
Am I still sharing a screen? Which screen are people seeing?
Notes.
Not mine.
General notes and recommendation features from
great.
LSTS screen.
Great. So we've talked a little bit then about recommendations. We've added in a few extra ideas about recommendations and added some notes that we were missing from our discussion. I think that's good. We had some other notes about mappings and stuff, but I don't think that necessarily needs a general discussion. It's sort of a lot more technical.
It's esoteric and technical.
I wonder if we could get some feedback on the feedback section. So
feedback.
So the idea about feedback is to say, at the moment, the recommendations that we're generating are purely based on collaborative filtering. So this means that we take all of the listens that exist in ListenBrainz and we build some sort of magical model and we use that to give recommendations to people. It would be great to include specific feedback from the users who get things, who get recommendations generated, in order to be able to tweak the results that we give to them. So people should be able to say, I really love this recommendation, or I really hate this recommendation, or I don't want to hear this recommendation in this context, but I kind of like it in general. Vansika just opened a pull request to add a table to ListenBrainz to store this information. We had a couple of comments about kind of what feedback should be. And generally there are two types of feedback, right? You've got explicit feedback and implicit feedback. So explicit feedback when you push a button and say, I like this or I don't like this. But there's also implicit feedback saying, well, if you listen to something, does that mean you like it? If you skip something, does that mean you don't like it and you never want to hear it again? Or does it mean in this context it's not great? So all of these things, I think all of these things are valid, right? These are all correct.
There are reasons when you're doing like and dislike rather than mirror the 1 to 5 MusicBrainz rating system, or is it just simpler?
At the moment, we're thinking of storing 5 types of recommendation, which is I don't like this, but I could probably, in the right context, I could like it. I really don't like this, which is sort of the never play this to me again. I do like this. I really do like this. And this is not a good recommendation in the current context.
The latter one, I think, deserves a little bit more feedback. And let's say the last item basically indicates that the recommendation algorithm didn't do a good job. The human thinks that it doesn't fit into this playlist, right? But it's not really so much a recommendation, so much a statement on how the human feels about that particular track.
Yeah, I think it would be limited. It would only be shown in the context of a recommendation playlist, and only be feedback associated to that specific playlist with those specific parameters and that specific track.
So that's the kind of thing which would be very useful once you do have like very tailored playlists where you can be like, okay, possible errors in music per genre. This was tagged. This was said to be irrelevant by someone on their Cambodian punk playlist. Maybe check if it's incorrectly tagged as Cambodian or punk. That kind of thing you're thinking about.
Yep.
Cool.
That starts digging a little bit further in. Like we might be able to break this down into some more constituent components and saying it's like, hey, you know what? This looks like a tagging error. This looks like a country classification error, but that's for later.
We talked a little bit about explaining to people why they got particular recommendations. I think this is sort of something that's missing in a lot of existing systems, and I work with a number of people who are studying exactly this. So this idea about being able to give really clear explanations as to why a particular recommendation was given. We talked about that in a few times. We talked about that a little bit in terms of giving general feedback. So I think for something that's missing for the current recommendations that we have live at the moment is just a really basic description of saying, we're using a particular technology. It's called collaborative filtering. It works generally like this. And we're using your last 2 weeks of listened tracks to feed into it. But there is the potential, and we need to look into the technology, but there is the potential to be able to say, we recommended this specific song to you because in the past month, you've listened to this and this and this and this and this. And it's a common track that other people listen to, and so actually give really detailed feedback as to why a particular track was added into a playlist.
If that's possible at all, it would be pretty awesome. It has to be useful because for example, otherwise it's like those Facebook "why am I seeing this" things, which are so generic to be completely pointless. It's like, well, you're a male between 15 and 65. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, useful.
Okay, sure. My intuition is that technically it is possible, but we would have to look into the tools.
I personally really like the idea of demystifying the whole algorithm thing, which is, even for people who code it, often just a black box that spits out stuff. And especially once we combine it with user-made queries specifically, so that it spits out a playlist of stuff you're looking for. I think if you combine the I asked for this tag from this time period and collaborative filtering on the track that I listened to, it would be really nice to have the explanation of why it spits out this or that, because then you can refine your playlist and go like, actually, let me exclude this tag from the stuff I listen to because that's not what I'm interested in.
You talking about algorithms and showing off, and it says, why am I watching this? And then and showing why, demystifying it. I remember way back in the day, Amazon had this recommendation for things you might like, but in this it was written, why am I seeing this? And then you had the option to choose, don't use this for recommendations. And I like that ability. And I also think that in the demystification you can go, because I have listened to some song and then it's used as a recommendation again. No. Don't use this for recommendation.
I think I mentioned this sorry, I just came in at the end of that conversation, but I think I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, right? About the amount of work that goes into not recommending kids songs and not recommending Christmas songs outside of Christmas.
But I think that's actually an interesting point, that instead of doing it automatically, it would make sense to ideally let people choose that. Because, maybe you do want to listen to Disney songs all the time, right? Maybe it's not your kid, but maybe it is your kid and you want to tell, like, hey, don't show me this. So, like, in that sense, having it be, if it's possible at all, of course, it's a lot more overhead, but if it's possible at all to make it, like, per user, then that would be ideal. It might be, like, it turns out to be a huge amount of work, though.
But if that's as simple as a block list, so saying, okay, we run the recommendation, but then people can explicitly say, Frezzo can go to his listening history, and next to Carly Rae Jepsen can say, I don't want Carly Rae Jepsen recommendations tracks in my recommendations, and we just filter them out. Is that
sure? And that seems like perfectly fine. I just don't know, like, if it, having this for every user, if you have millions of users, would be like a huge amount of like data to process to the point it becomes a problem. But I guess MetaBrainz is like a database to a size I'm not really used to, so it might not actually be a significant difference by then. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I think post filtering is relatively straightforward and probably not a big problem to do. The question is, how do you determine what you want to post filter? Do you do it automatically? Do you do it manually? I'd actually had some notes with, I'm just trying to look up, I had some other notes with some other people talking about guilty pleasures, which is, this sort of what people may want. And here, guilty pleasures, hidden gems. Oh yeah, so I was talking with some people who recommended guilty pleasures as something to recommend, not as something to remove from recommendations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a justifiable thing that if you have these guilty pleasures, you might actually like the other stuff that's similar to that, or you might not. Who knows? But at least it's a justifiable recommendation, I think.
It certainly shouldn't be blocked unless you specifically ask for it to be blocked, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe you only like one specific Britney Spears album and you don't want anything else or something, but otherwise it should be offering you stuff.
Does it make sense to So I'm just sort of thinking, like, so we have this idea of recommendation. Currently we're recommending one thing, and that's sort of generally, we're recommending all of this stuff generally based on your listening history, and we know that that's not enough. It's sort of just an introduction. I don't really know intuitively, and I wonder if we can sort of develop this a little bit further. Like, how do we do recommendations? Like, do we have a list of 16 different types of recommendations? Hey, this is the what you listened to last summer recommendation. This is the guilty pleasures recommendation. This is the I want to sit down and get some work done recommendation. I'm just wondering how we can categorize those. Does that mean that each of these recommendations has to be something that we choose a name for and develop exactly how it fits together and present it to somebody as a type of recommendation, and allow people to go to a configuration page or something and say, hey, every week I would like to get a guilty pleasures recommendation, or every week I would like to get a throwback to the 80s recommendation.
I mean, I know that Spotify basically doesn't even bother with that most of the time, right? Like, they will give you, like, okay, 6 playlists of stuff that you like, and they try to make it more or less like connected. Like each playlist is supposed to be more or less on a topic, but it's not like they title them or they tell you what the topic is. Like usually I have one that is like, Estonian folk music and another Spanish hip hop, but the name is just playlist 1 and playlist 3. And next week the playlist 3 might be something completely different. I mean, I think trying to title it all might be a bit too hard. Although, letting a person configure exactly like, I specifically want something like this might also be interesting.
So that style of clustering, I think is kind of interesting, and we should consider something a little bit like that as well. However, you're right that may be a little bit more difficult to put a name to. Having said that, yesterday, Spotify gave me a playlist called Time Capsule. We made you a playlist with songs to take you back in time. And it's kind of weird, like
Yes.
Because to me, back in time, I mean, there are tracks from early 2000s, which I guess is like back in time a little bit. I got some Pink. I got James Blunt in here for some reason. Arcade Fire, Lord. But Spotify does this, right? If you do your Made for You, you've got on repeat, which is songs that you're currently listening to a lot. Repeat rewind, which is songs that you were listening to a lot. They've got your top songs, so you've got top songs 2019, 2018, 2017. But there are also, so they did stuff like Summer Rewind. So songs that you typically listened to last summer, whatever summer is, and other related stuff to that. So there are sort of some topic playlists.
Out of curiosity, is this playlist now actually about things you listen to? Because I seem to remember that the old Spotify, back in time playlists seem to be basically songs that were hit, like big hits on the years you were growing up, whether you had even listened to them on Spotify or not, which of course is info we might have as well through, MusicBrainz user data. So that's also interesting, but that's completely different, right?
But consider that, so I think you're right, is that they had some where you could introduce your date of birth or your year of birth, and they would give you songs that were sort of on the top of the charts around the time that you were 12 or 13, which I agree is kind of a bit, I mean, that's easy. We have the data in MusicBrainz to do that, right?
I don't see.
But as a counter to that, there's sort of things like, because I think most people here would agree that their tastes change over time. Yeah. And so you could say, what was the kind of music that I was into 10 years ago? And you could have a playlist which is a combination of the things that you were actually listening to 10 years ago, but also all of the stuff that you didn't know about that it turns out is really similar, or modern stuff that is influenced by the stuff that you listen to at that time. And that kind of stuff, I think we could title that quite clearly. So we could say, hey, this is a throwback to 2000 to 2005, which is the kind of things that you listen to at that time, plus recommendations, plus modern stuff that sounds like it. And when I was talking about sort of labeling recommendations, that's the kind of recommendation that I was talking about.
And also the other way around, such as, this is the stuff that, from that time that, you would totally have liked if you like the stuff you like now.
If that's not in the recommendation sublist, could you add that?
I'm personally agreeing with what's being said on IRC now, that I'd rather see all all these various interesting playlists as examples of patches of things that you can do with the recommender system. So here's an example of your flashback from what you liked in 2015. Input your name. Here's what it looks like. There's a date filter and a da 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 and a da da da, and generate me a playlist from that, rather than push random stuff to the user because we want them to consume music, basically. So I'd rather not try to divine what the lowest common denominator of music playlist is going to be, because I don't think that's going to be particularly interesting or better done than other systems. Whereas being able to specifically modify the parameters of those recommendations and of those playlists would be, for me, a lot more interesting. What we should be able to do is have a way to showcase examples of patches that do X, right? So all those examples are actually good playlist examples. I personally quite enjoy the flashback playlist from Spotify once in a while when I'm like not inspired. I'm like, actually, yeah, what was I listening in 2014? Oh, there's some really good tunes and da da da. So having easy access to an example of how that was done is not a bad idea, but maybe not what we should be pushing to people. I think.
I think that's a really good observation, that all of these are just parameters into this idea that we've been talking about. And we could definitely, talking about this sort of idea of openness and explainability, to be able to say, hey, here is a throwback to what you were listening to 15 years ago. By the way, here are all the things that are adjustable. And if you don't like this one, just change these values and we'll give you another one.
Yeah, just give them like a list of like 5 default ones or something, but then be like, you can replace these 5 default ones with whatever you pick using our playful pick your own playlist thing. I mean, I don't know if you have seen the Wikidata query service system, but basically they have, you basically can write directly SparkQL, which is, not really for beginners, or you can actually basically, it gives, you can take an example and then basically use a bunch of like selects to be like, instead of this, I want to feel, instead of showing me cats, I want you to show me like, princesses or whatever, right? So this kind of like a bit more visual way of editing things would be really cool, especially if coupled with a more hardcore kind of like codey kind of way for people who enjoy that.
Cool.
The dream for me is a drag and drop interface where you have a list of filters and queries, and you just go like, get something from this country and this tag, input my listens, my group of listens, or my punk listens, and use that as well. But have everything configurable as a list of visual filters would be really, really ideal.
I would say that should be the default, but ideally, in an ideal world, you could have a more like, write your own query kind of thing where you could be, for example, I want a playlist of, all sorts of music where this guy played guitar plus things that sound like it, or, and they can take this data from MusicBrainz. All sorts of like, more like nitpicky things like that probably cannot be done very easily in a very visual interface for like everyone, but can be kind of done more technically in the background. Like that's why I would like a combination, but I agree that for like 90% of people, that what you said would be like the ideal and they wouldn't even look at anything else.
I think these are all good ideas. I don't think we're going to get much more out of talking about this for much longer. You all know that this document is here. As Rob said, these are sort of long-term ideas, and once we start getting a little bit more infrastructure in place, we can start picking off from this list and trying stuff out. Yeah, if there's any clear, if anybody has any really strong final thoughts, then maybe we can have 2 or 3 more minutes. Otherwise, I recommend that we wind this up.
That seems like a good recommendation. Thumb up.
See, I know the target audience that I'm recommending to, so.
Well, thank you everyone for contributing to this, because this is really useful to know what people are thinking about, and provides a very useful pile of stuff for us to pick out of when we think about what's next. So I feel the document is very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
I don't see.
Can you do? Yeah.
Go on, Catcus. Go on.
No, I just it was nothing. It was nothing.
Okay. So it doesn't seem like there are people shouting on top of each other to try and get a last word in. So I think we should just round off. I think we should just round off the topic, and we have been sitting down for an hour now, so I would recommend that we take a short break just to get up and stretch our legs.
That's a really good recommendation.
And then we return and talk instruments, maybe, or how awake is. But I guess we can see that when we get back, how awake Michael and other people are at that time. So yeah, it's 17 now, so let's say 25.
Oh boy. Already? No.
So people are starting to be back, more or less. So I think whenever CatQuest is ready, we can. I suggest we take instruments. Whenever CatQuest is there, I think CatQuest is making tea, so they just need to. CatQuest is trying to say things, but CatQuest is muted.
My boiling water is very slow, so it'll boil in just a few seconds now. So
Sure. Yeah. No rush.
yes.
And then and then we still haven't had more topics come up. So my suggestion is that after instruments, we do the world after template toolkit. And if there are still no more topics that have come up, then we just start doing the breakout sessions as regular sessions. Is my immediate thought. And if someone suddenly comes up with a bunch of topics, then we can look at maybe doing the breakout sessions as breakout sessions. All right, yeah. Okay, we gotta do those. We gotta do those first, right? Yeah, sorry, I forgot about those. Yeah, I knew there was something I meant to add to the topic list. Thank you, Alistair, for updating the list with those super important topics. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about the plan for the day. I didn't see anyone that expressed extreme disgust at that approach. So unless someone objects to that, I think that's. Oh God, it's gonna be a long day.
What's happening?
No, that's just some. Alistair added 3 super important topics, and they all need about 20 hours to discuss. So we're gonna be going for around at least 60 hours today.
Level. Okay, we're being
Yeah, that's gonna need a lot of tea.
Yeah.
Silly, very silly.
I don't think we have time for more breaks today. It seems like it's gonna be a full schedule.
Måste på huvudet alltså.
Alistair, did you play with the playlist, the smart playlist maker thing? What's your opinion on it?
I've never used it. I just see that Paul tweets about it every couple of months about adding a new feature.
Because I know you've sent that to me before, and up until now I was like, it just looks like filtering and that stuff. But I'll give it a good go and see. Maybe I can even make some good training data sets once exported.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think one thing that would be really interesting is to see how feasible it is to integrate something like that into our recommendation pipeline. Like if we put in a widget which is do collaborative filtering, is that going to take too long to get a response back to users? And if we have 60,000 users doing the same thing, is that going to cause other issues? Is that going to use all of our resources? Or is it going to be super simple or we could queue it up and run it once an hour or something?
Yeah.
Okay, not sure. Just some ideas.
But ultimately, that's kind of the thing we were talking about earlier. There's kind of a drag and drop diagram.
Absolutely, that's why I brought it up.
Hello. I am nervous. Okay.
Hey, Catquist.
Is everyone ready? Are we finished being silly? Yes?
I think you should, yeah, I think we can start with
Rio, are you here?
Did anyone ask?
Here? Hi, Rio?
We can start.
Okay, first. So, Okay, I'll start. So, I want to talk about ideas I had for instruments, especially for, and I'm going to paste a link here, for this merge vocal tree into instruments. Because right now, if we just do that, it's a pain in the ass for people. Because if they search for things, they're going to be, if you just search for soprano, they're going to find soprano, trumpet, or it's going to be difficult for people to use it. I also want to incorporate into this idea that I have gear or equipment for things like microphones and speakers are sometimes written in album credits and other places, but they're not exactly instruments. So first, something like dynamic attributes for instruments. You have instruments, right? Each instrument can have a set of enabled tickets, so you can say. So the problem is that if we merge instruments right now, vocals, they won't be able to find things. So my idea is that the interface won't change. What happens is that vocals are added as entities, as in an instrument entity, but they have a ticket box or a setting or something that says vocal. And things that can be programmable will have a setting that says programmable. And we can do all kinds of things with that. This will come later, which things are what. So programmable things like computers, drum machines, synthesizers, and so on, they'll have a programmable ticker box. Vocaloid is both vocal and programmable. So then, when a user checks to use vocals, they open up the list they want to use a vocal, it'll only show the instruments that is a vocal. So it'll only show the instruments that have been given the vocal attribute. And in program, the only instrument that's programmable. So this will mean that people no longer can use analog instruments for programming, which is also a problem we have. In this way also, we can also make sure that people don't use certain instruments that we don't want them to use by simply unchecking things like this. So then we can also expand the instrument tree with, for example, another category like gear, which is things like microscopes, specific microphones, or specific speakers, or gizmos, or what have you, computers, things that can reasons around instruments, microphones, various things like this. It's even possible to do things like we can have an electrified attribute, because acoustic guitar, violin, or whatever can have these carousel pickups, which is something different than electric guitar. It's a completely different thing than that. So, but right now, if we just add a can be electrified ticket box option for people to use when they use instruments, people will use it wrongly, because people will, and they'll use it on electric guitar, on regular guitar family. But if we can limit to which instruments can have a specific set of attributes like this, we can do something like people can add electric acoustic guitar, which is something that exists, which is different from an acoustic guitar, which is the same as an acoustic guitar with a pixel pickup, but it's different than an electric guitar. Also, there's things like if you pay attention to this, the Kemba, which is African thumb piano, that can be electrified. Adding all these separate instruments for everything that can be boosted this way, and with added pickups and inserted modifications like this, could figuratively double or triple the amount of instruments in the database for good reason, even though these things are things that exist. With this attribute-driven filtering for the relationship adding, we can help users have less overwhelming lists of stuff to choose from. Make sure that people don't pick analog drums to program, confuse alto, the voice, with alto, the instrument, when we merge the vocal tree, which basically hinges on this one implementation of voices. How do we make this not confusing for people? And this is the link to the community. This is where they discuss this. I also had a link to a fun video where there's a person, she plays a violin, and she also plays an electric violin, and you can see the difference very clearly, but I misplaced it now. And that's my idea, and I realize this is very much a schema change. This is long term, but I really think that this is useful, and you can even expand this idea to things like, I thought of this just last night, to things like labels, where you have labels that are right society and labels that are and should not be used on releases. You see these attribute. They see these this ambiguation. Don't use on relation don't use on releases. But if we give it the attribute, these particular labels that have the attribute, this is a right society, it won't show up in the list because it doesn't have that. It only show up in when you choose a relationship, right society. Only the things that have right society as a attribute will then show, for example.
So
that was my idea.
I have a comment on the label thing, which is that the label is more problematic because, for example, I have seen releases put out by right societies to promote people signed up to the right societies, which, in that case, the society is the right release label.
I can't hear you. Say it again.
So
that was just an idea I had yesterday. It's not very important, really.
For labels,
it's just an idea.
For labels, there are a lot of edge cases that make it harder. Like, there are some right societies that do put music out as well, for example. But for instruments, I think it works really well. So I actually really like the idea for instruments, and I think it would work well. And I think it's actually a pretty good option to make it.
On here. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Something's wrong. You're coming up very choppy. Can't hear you. Hello?
Well, I only have the computer mic, so I don't know how much understandable I am or not. I can always type in RC, but...
You sound fine to me.
No idea. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Anyway, in general, CatCat did discuss this idea with me before, and I think it's a pretty good idea. I don't know what Michael or Ivan think about having this kind of more hard-coded, but I think it would work, and that it's a good way to actually split the different instruments among different things. So, and I think it makes perfect sense, you still have a vocals option that only shows stuff that is marked as vocals and things like that. I think it makes a lot of sense. And it would allow us to hide, instruments that are only meant as grouping that we cannot really hide right now because we showed the entire instrument tree. They could be hidden from usage because they are not supposed to be picked, things like that. So I think it's a good idea. It's not even that hard to implement, probably. Although, we might need a schema change if we don't want to just use it. We can certainly do this at first. If the instrument type is vocals, then we only show those or something. But for something like programming, it probably needs a schema change. But I really like the idea, and I think that if Michael and Ivan like it too, then we can probably move forward with it.
I think it's a
we'll
good
know
idea.
when we're having a schema change next, of course, but like.
What were you thinking the schema change would involve? Like,
Well,
it's still all part of the link attribute type tree, or?
I mean, like, I was thinking that the idea would be like the instrument itself, rather than the attribute, would be marked as, programmable or not programmable, or like, as vocals or like instrument or like gear or whatever. A lot of it can be done with types, so we could like just use types for now. But like, for example, something like programmable is not really a type, right? That's like a separate attribute. Yeah. We could use instrument attributes and use that schema that we already have. If we think that actually works, then we might not even need a schema change at all. Of course, that's not released right now, so we still need to release that. It might actually be that it works, but I'm not completely sure. A checkbox would probably be a bit more simple, but maybe we can do a checkbox that actually is stored as a relationship attribute, as a instrument attribute once we have those implemented. So it's an implementation detail, but I think it's doable.
Are you talking? Oh, I wish I knew what was wrong with speaking.
Ivan, you around?
Yeah, I didn't get all the IDs. I think it should be written. I know the topic is very complex.
I linked my.
I'm sorry, but it's nice to have new IDs, but I didn't get it all. Sorry.
Yeah, I pinned the paste pin. Basically, is what I said. Yes.
I kind of feel like we can actually talk about this a bit further, like online later, or like during the next week or so. But I mean, I think the general idea is reasonable. About instruments, I can mention one more thing, which is that we got a lot of. Do I sound a bit better now? I did try to put the volume a bit down. I don't know if it helps. Anyway, I talked to Michael recently. Like, we did get permission several months ago to use a lot of instrument images we got from a Japanese dude who just does them for fun and basically puts them as free use online. We haven't really done that much about it. We had an idea with Michael to have a separate repo to store them in the MetaBrainz organization that then would be loaded into static brain so we can get them from there. So that's a thing that we need to exactly decide how it would work, but just to let people know that that's certainly in the plans, and we're hoping to have instrument images. I mean, I cannot give a deadline, but that we're thinking about it, and that it is a thing that we can do. Like, unlike artist images and things like that, which are probably not coming back anytime soon, we should have images for instruments in the reasonable near future, which is awesome, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the only question I had there was, would we want to link those as relationships so people could get them from the web service too, or just have them like hard-coded and generated by the server?
In my opinion, I think it probably makes sense to allow people to use them to get them as relationships, just because, I mean, given that it's supposed to be, not free use for us, but for everyone, then I see no reason to block them. I mean, if we had like exclusive permission, then I probably wouldn't. But given that it seems to be more of, I don't care who uses my stuff, just maybe give me credit, then we could probably just allow everyone to get the info and just maybe document it somewhere. Like, instrument images are. Like, if you use instrument images, we would recommend to use to credit it in this way or whatever. I mean, the guy suggested a possible way to credit him. So, I mean, I think it would be reasonable. I mean, some people will probably not credit it, but I'm sure some people are already doing that now because they can just be copied from his website. So, I think most people would be respectable, not respectable, but respecting anyway, and do it properly. And I mean, this is not a huge rush, but it's something that ideally during the next month or so we can like get it into a working state, at least, or a testing working state, so that CatCat can play with it a bit and figure out like if we need to make some amendments or like some changes or whatever. Maybe throw it on test so we can test. So that we. Anyway, like I don't have a lot to discuss about it. Just to kind of tell people that it's happening who might be watching the thing, and yeah, like it's basically something like Michael and I have to coordinate on to put it out at some point, and then CatCat has to coordinate with us to kind of figure out exactly how to link things and whatever. But just cool things are coming with instruments kind of announcement.
Alright. I asked CatQuest in IC chat whether yeah, I think we're done with instruments as well. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry, because there's like several things. No, basically that was it. I posted this snippet. I'll post it again. This is the link to what I said, what I wrote down. You can read that. You can forget a bit about label. That was just a brainstorm I had yesterday. But basically, I vetted these through Rio, and Rio was pretty, yeah. So to explain specifically the issues we have with why we haven't merged vocals with instruments yet, because it really does need doing. And I've been mulling on this idea for years, and I think it's a good idea. That's my proposal, and I've been wanting to say it for I don't know how many years now, but I haven't been at the summit, and well, so I'm very glad to have this opportunity now. So thank you for listening to me.
It sounds
That's
like
all. That's all I have.
If I recall correctly, there was also people mentioning adding more details to instrument about manufacturer, and if I got it correctly, it's to get more into details about instrument with characteristics like electric and which type of microphone you have on it. So there was already this idea, Reo can confirm, about getting the manufacturer of an organ, the date, the century, the church it's installed in. It's the same kind of idea, right?
I'm not quite sure I got all of that. Are you talking about like individual instruments? Like one specific organ or one specific violin?
Yes, that. And manufacturer, for example, if you have a Fender guitar or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's something that it's maybe more long term, but I would really like to have that. I think it would be super cool. So it's something we should try to figure out eventually. Like I think if we have once we have the general idea kind of ready of the main instrument categories or whatever, it will be a good time to start thinking about adding individual instruments for cases where it's so he played this organ in this French cathedral, or this Stradivarius that was before played by this and this artist. That would be actually awesome to follow as well. I think it's a bit more complicated, but it would be really cool to have. So I think it's good to have it as a future instrument goal, but I don't think we can work on that too soon yet.
I mentioned organ music because it's well documented, there are many specialists about this music and they have many details about it. So it's a real usage case. I don't know about if it will be useful to other kind of music.
I mean, it's certainly also useful for other classical instruments. Like there's plenty of famous individual instruments in classical music. Maybe not so much outside of it, although I'm pretty sure there is something recorded with the same guitar, like Jimi Hendrix used to record whatever or something like that. But for organs, is probably the most obvious use case. Yeah, I would really like that.
I think Catquist would like a final comment.
Yes. Hi. You talk about specific instruments. We actually have one. We have one such instrument. Let me see. I very agree with things like specifically organs, because they're very unique things. They're specifically inserted in organs. Some of them are ancient. Some are even centuries old. Here is a link. This is the Stalga pipe organ. It's an installation inside a cave. It's unique. It's one of a kind. This is for now, the only one where we have one specific instrument that is also one specific instrument. And this idea about having specific organs, specific violins, especially this is very true for specific older instruments, organs, violins, maybe pianos. I like this idea. We're nowhere near being able to support that right now. Later on, it might tie into things like when I go through instruments, when I go through electronic instruments, I'm going to pick at this particular person, member of this community called Zoe, who knows a lot about these electronic instruments, and I'm really looking forward to picking her brains about this because she knows a lot about it. And we have electronic instruments, we have synthesizer and keyboard, but these things, they have brand names, and so right now we don't have separate instruments for each brand, but we do have Moog. Why don't we have Korg? These things, this is somewhat of the same sort of thing in which it could make sense for electronic instruments, for example, to have separate kind of sub-instrument idea, sub-organ, sub-violin specific instruments or specific brands might be some of the same idea that this is even because there can be very many of those, but it's also something that's very interesting to record and have as a database. Yes. Have I lost everyone now? Oh no, everyone's black.
I don't think anyone is in disagreement with that. So yeah, I think
okay. Everyone is black and I don't know.
I think
Are you listening to me?
Yes.
Yes. We were mostly being, so we didn't have much to.
Yeah. So I think that wraps up instruments. I say we do one more topic before we take another break. There are still no more topics being added, so I suggest we move on to the world after template toolkit. Does that sound agreeable? I see some nodding. I see Michael nodding, so that is what we're doing now. Michael, I guess, or Ivan, or someone, take it away.
Pick up the mic.
Ivan?
Go.
Ivan added the topic, so I'll let him do the intro.
Okay. So
I hear lots of punching away at keyboards. I don't hear a lot of talking.
So I put a link on IRC about the current status. I think Michael can correct if there is something wrong. We have almost 200 files left in Template Toolkit, but there is a lot of redundancy. So we expect probably to finish the conversion next year, by next summer. I mean, it's not an affirmation, it's a question to Michael and Reo as well. I think it's correct expectation.
I mean, I think that most of it, like a lot of it, is gonna go away as soon as Michael is done with the editors, the relationship, not relationship. Yeah, that too, also, right? Well, all the small editors inside the
relationship and release.
Well, that too, but like I mean, like for example, like a lot of stuff can go as soon as we have like the edit entity pages converted, which is mostly waiting for like a few forms and whatnot. So actually, like a lot of it can go very quickly. But yeah, I can imagine like relationship and release editors are going to take quite a bit, especially release editors. So I think we can probably say that most of React would be gone, like almost like outside like the release editor, most React will be gone for sure in like a few months. Like the release editor itself, I don't know how quick that will be, but I expect it will take longer. But like we will be able to have like a lot more freedom from working on React a lot. Like we will have like maybe one of us will need to keep working on that, but most of the rest will be more available for other things. I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, as far as the current status of the editors goes, I do have a branch that mostly finishes converting the relationship editor. I have one started for the release editor. I do not have one started for any of the other entity editors, but those are also all much simpler than the release or relationship editors. But I do think next summer is a realistic target for having all of those finished.
Yep. I hope the truth is in between the spring and the summer and not after, but we'll see. We also get rid of Lodash. Bitmap removed it last month. We have a lot of knockout and jQuery code still in. So it's being replaced probably later on. Probably we still have it for a couple of times, but at least we won't have any static template toolkit. So what can we expect to do from this conversion to React and JSX is to have asynchronous load. For example, we have a list of entities, of related entities, the list of releases for an artist, for example, which is very long. So we can, instead of reloading a whole new page, just reload the list of entities. And this is something we started to consider by moving to React table, which allows to do that, to do actually just pagination for us. There is also more editing capabilities with asynchronous load we can have in a relationship editor, for example. The bootstrap-like styling. So Michael told us it will not be necessary to use Bootstrap because we already have a structured style sheet. So just having something that is inspired by Bootstrap. And I know MetaBrainz has been already using React Bootstrap, but we found it might be difficult to implement our custom components. We have a lot of them. That's why we didn't pick it for now.
Just to add, I'm not opposed to Bootstrap in MusicBrainz, but it would require rewriting a lot of components, which we've already spent so much time rewriting. So I don't know how much advantage it would bring to us if we decided to go that route.
So I guess
the only one I can see is that we use, as far as I know, we use Bootstrap in other projects, not necessarily very extensively apart from BookBrain, so maybe not particularly relevant.
So it will be interesting to know from BookBrain's experience how much workload is it to keep a Bootstrap website up. Maybe if it's worth it, we can consider it. So the point was the design system, which was made by Xavi 2 years ago. I don't know the exact status, but there are many redesign tickets you can find in Jira. So it's basically redesigning every pages using a card system, if I recall correctly, which will be more reactive and allow to display it on mobile at least. So this is more than the rewrite. We have to redesign everything according to the proposals that have been made by Xavi. Is it correct, Michael?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I would really just like us to decide how we want to proceed with the design, implementing the design changes that Xavi did after the React conversion is done. And on top of that, whether we want to base that work on Bootstrap or just try to iterate over the current CSS structure we have in place.
So how much of a extra effort, I mean, like, how much do we have to change the current structure, in your opinion, in order to get the Bootstrap-ish, responsiveness and etc., even if we don't pick Bootstrap? Like, are we talking about, a lot of changes between versus a lot of more changes, or are you just talking about, a small change versus a very big change?
I think it would require reviewing almost every single component, because in some cases Bootstrap does expect the structure of the HTML to look a certain way, and other cases we'd have to go and add in the specific classes that they use to change what the output looks like. But I don't think it's something that we could automate at all. It would require reviewing each individual component and seeing how we can make that work with Bootstrap.
I second that. Bootstrap is pretty specific about what it wants for structure, and it's a pain in the ass to transform an entire code base to use that. And I suppose the same thing would happen with React Bootstrap, where you'd have to replace the components with the React Bootstrap component. So I think regardless of how you do it, if you want to have Bootstrap, you're going to have to review each component.
I think we didn't want to use React Bootstrap because it could be out of date compared to the Bootstrap evolution, and we cannot maintain React Bootstrap on our own. Plus, if there are React Bootstrap evolution, we would have to update our own components to fit the new implementation of React Bootstrap. So basically, instead of having two dependencies, Bootstrap and React Bootstrap, we want to have only one, which is Bootstrap. So.
Yeah, the thing is, going with something like Bootstrap or React Bootstrap is something I think we would do if it, or because it would make development easier for us, but I don't know if that's the case currently.
No, and the idea of using the design system where we would have one place where we implement those components to be reused for various projects was a good idea, but it does require a significant amount of work to get there, I suppose. But it would maybe reduce, I guess, the dependency problem would be depending only on the design system components, and that update the design system how we need it.
Just a question. What's the point of using React in the whole thing? I think the main goal of moving to React was to make the website more compatible with mobile, and therefore improve our search engine results and things like that. I don't see where Bootstrap fit in that. Is it needed to make it more mobile compatible, or is it just more convenient, or can we just do without it?
You can totally do without it. It's one way. It does have responsiveness in it, but there's other frameworks, other ways to do it, some of which are less constraining than Bootstrap in terms of what HTML elements it expects, for example.
It's mainly it suggests to structure the style sheet. So there are many other frameworks doing the same thing, and if I got it correctly, MusicBrainz website already follows some of these principles, but it's not uniform. You don't have it on all the websites. So we can do without it, but the benefit of using Bootstrap or a framework, an existing framework, is if an external contributor wants to participate, then it's already documented. If we are doing our own in-house system, then we need to document it to allow external contributors.
I would definitely not recommend a homebrewed system, but rather if we don't want to use Bootstrap because it's too constraining, using one of the other, as you say, one of the other existing documented and supported frameworks, Material UI or something like that. I don't know exactly what would be a good fit, but I definitely say it's a better idea to have something that's in use widely.
So the main benefit is to have a mobile ready website, and the other is for performance. With asynchronous load, we can expect to have lesser issues with very large releases, which have 50 CDs or a large number of tracks. Voilà, it's all I had to say about the React conversion. Anyone else want to speak up?
Just one more. If you intend to completely remove jQuery, then remember that probably all user script will break. So you have to warn people before so that you have time to update everything.
Again, please, because it was not loaded.
If you remove jQuery from the website, we'll have all user scripts breaking, like we did with Lodash. So remember to warn people beforehand so that we can update everything.
Yeah. So I know the Lodash broke. Huh?
I mean, that's definitely true that removing jQuery would break a lot of stuff. On the other hand, I mean, jQuery has all sorts of like security issues all the time. So ideally, we would eventually do it. But yeah, we certainly need to give proper announcing before we merge that. Like ideally, at least a month of time for people to at least, if not remove jQuery from the stuff, which might not even be doable, at least load their own jQuery for the scripts.
I have a related question. Out of curiosity, what was the reasoning for removing Lodash?
I can answer that. So basically, we didn't actually use a lot of Lodash. We only used like maybe 10% of it, but due to the way the build system worked, we would be including 100% of it on every single page, which increased our JavaScript bundle sizes. And also, the few methods we did use, we could have easily replaced with native JavaScript methods that already existed, which, even if they weren't in our supported browsers, would have been converted by some Babel or polyfill extension that we have set up. So that's the main reason it was unnecessary for us.
Yeah, if all of it was included and there was no tree shaking or anything, I can totally understand.
Just to add that during the development, we usually consider when things are likely to break user scripts, and we try to work around or to advertise about it. But for Lodash, we didn't see it at all. And I think maybe we didn't get feedback on beta either. So yeah, there will be more breakage to expect with the conversion to React. And we will advertise about each component being converted in beta with tickets. So thank you, everyone. If there's no more comments. And Frezo can move us to another topic.
Yeah.
I have one more comment, which is that I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. It's a Herculean task to move an entire code base like this, and frankly, bravo for keeping faith and keeping going at it. I think it's remarkable.
Yep, agreed. And I think we should celebrate that with with a short break. We have had one new topic added, but it seems like it's gonna be a short one. So I think for right now, my thinking is that we do the last four topics as separate sessions. We might be able to do them in one go. Actually, I don't know if people are hungry and people need to go have lunch, possibly. Because then I feel like
lunch break.
Yeah, I feel like now would be a good time for that. Because the rest of the topics are kind of short, and it also gives people a bit of time to think about whether they have something else they actually wanted to talk about. So I would consider this during this break kind of the deadline to add new topics to the potential agenda, and then we'll see what it looks like when we get back from break, and then yeah, soldier on. So it is 20 past 3. Is 40 minutes enough time, or do we need a bit longer? Rob says thumbs up. All right, so I say we reconvene at 16, so 4 o'clock Central European time. So that is in 39 minutes from now. All right, see you all in a bit.
Frizzo, I told you there would be more topics showing up.
I still think we have like everything. All of this can safely be like assuming the search server improvement is also about half an hour. That means that we have about 2.5 hours worth of talking, and we have about 3 hours left scheduled for discussion time. So I think there's no rush. We do have to be a bit mindful of the time, but at this point, I do not think we have to rush.
Having said that, we shouldn't pad it to make up all of the time available. If we finish early, we finish early.
Quick.
As I was saying, we have to be mindful of the time now. We shouldn't like no need to rush, but we also have to like, because if we suddenly use an hour for one of the half hours and 3/4 for one of the quarter ones, then it's quickly gonna spiral out of control. So mindful of the time, but not stressing.
Let's just mute Rio, and everything should be fine.
Yeah, actually, I can just remove him from the meeting.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if Monkey and Rob are possibly not here. Should we start talking about search server improvements? Those do not require neither Rob nor Monkey, I think. Does that sound like a bad idea, a good idea? Anyone disagree? Do you think we need?
Sure.
Sass we might need, and oh, Sass is here. He's just not on video. Maybe he's here.
Either that or classical doesn't need either of Rob or...
Yeah, classical is probably a good one. Let's do with that. Let's go with that, and then we can see when they get back. So just so we're mindful of the time and not just sitting here twiddling our thumbs. Oh, hey, Lucien! Welcome. Yeah, so let's so Rio, I guess, or wait, who put it? Lucien put it.
Lucien wanted to speak.
Yeah.
He can start.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So I had several points, but not very important. I think the first one really was the community cleanups. Discussing if we want to restart doing that. I think the last time we did was in probably 2018. I don't even think we did one last year, did we? And I was looking recently at statistics on the database. So most of the cleanups we did was to clean a specific composer. And it seems now that the situation is much better for most of the composers. So we could still do Mozart or Haydn, I think, Tchaikovsky. I mean, there are a few of them, so we could use one of these topics, or we could look for something different, because I think the last one we did was about the composer diversity, if I remember correctly, where we were looking at other less-known composers or something like that.
So I had an idea while you put this topic in there, where it might be possible. I mean, so we talked this last year, I think, or the year before. Anyway, like the main problem we had found was that people, like, it was a very small group of people being active on them, And honestly, because this was a group of people who would be fixing stuff anyway, we mostly had people who would fix classical all the time. So instead of fixing something else in classical, they would fix like Debussy or whatever specifically. So it's a gain for Debussy, but it's not a big net gain for MusicBrainz in that sense, because they would have fixed stuff anyway. So that's why I kind of stopped, because it felt like kind of forcing a lot of work on a small amount of people. One thing I did think recently about an option, if we want to do this more, is to actually try to do it a bit more organized, like a bit more on the site itself. So we could set this, let's say, a MusicBrainz query that we are working towards. Let's say like our goal is to limit the number of recordings by composer X. So it could actually even be a line of code that queries for that and shows like, so there is number of composers for composer X, that many. And that actually, kind of goes down as people edit, like an actual page on the website for this kind of cleanups. I don't know if that sounds like a lot of work for little gain, but it feels kind of, it would make them more visible. So, you could have an automatic banner like, there's a classical cleanup going on, click here to see more. And then it could go to a page where it shows, so we are description of the cleanup and some kind of like win condition, or like, we are done when we do this. Like 150 recordings remaining. That gets automatically updated. Like that feels like the only thing that I can think of that might kind of like make people who wouldn't usually do this anyway kind of work into this if we gamify it a bit. But I'm not sure if this sounds like reasonable at all, or if it sounds just like.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting, because I think last time we used a bit of statistics that we had on GitHub or something like that I was probably running, synchronizing my database and trying to have something up to date. But now maybe we can have that directly on the website, because I did some pull requests in React recently. So I think now I'm much less afraid of trying to have something added directly inside the MusicBrainz website rather than next to it.
That would be interesting, I think. First, so what do you think? Like, as a community manager kind of person, do you think that would make people more active if we have like a website page for a cleanup?
I
do you think it would make?
I think it would absolutely help in engaging people more, both because they can physically see that something is going on, which might pull in other people that are not otherwise, and it also helps to have a goal that you're working towards, which gives like this kind of gamification, gratification kind of thing. So I think this would be a very good idea.
One thing I like is that they would kind of, even if you don't manage to do it by the end of the month, they would kind of, get archived in a way that someone could still go and be like, okay, so there is a half-finished cleanup that maybe I can help with. So it wouldn't be that restricted to like the month.
I remember there was something like that for the Hyperion cleanup. That there was somewhere a list of everything that had been cleaned up, or that hadn't been. I don't remember exactly.
But I think something
pretty old, and I was pretty new to MusicBrainz at this point, so I wonder if it had any effect, if you know.
I think that was the page I had on github.io that I was maintaining at the moment. And yeah, that was the idea, that we wanted something similar to a report, but I didn't know how to do that at the time, so it was easier for me to do it directly on GitHub with another version of the database, which was not easy, of course, to synchronize.
So the thing with that is that it's very hard to compare, because that was the only time we did a label. So in that sense, it's very hard to compare, like how it would have been without this data. Did this help? Did this not help, right? because we don't have anything to clearly compare it with. I think it did help. I mean, it certainly helped me. I mean, as a, anecdotally, I can say that I sometimes went there specifically like, oh, that in this list there is this, and this that I think I would like to improve. I'll look into those. So it certainly helped to some degree, but I cannot say if, it brought a lot more people than otherwise or whatever, because we don't have a way to compare. But I really think that it was, at least it felt nice, which is already something.
Yeah, I think that having this kind of community cleanup is really one way where you feel like you work with somebody and not on your own on something that you're the only one interested in.
Yeah, and having a site where you can see the progress.
Say we had some.
Sorry. Okay, having something where you see the progress, that means that you also see that you are working with someone else. I mean, there's one thing that you know that others are working towards this community cleanup, but if you don't really see it, I don't know how much it helps. And to have this list where you see it go down, it makes you see that you're not alone on the job.
Yeah, I really agree with that. And I mean, I think if we had like a framework for this in the website, it also would mean that, it will need to be me deciding that I want to do this, right? Like if someone is like, we want to have ideally we would make it in a way that doesn't even require writing code for a new one. So if someone is like, I want to start a cleanup of, I don't know, this Japanese label discography, that I don't know anything about, I wouldn't need to actually do anything. I could just be like, sure, yes, go here or here, or I can set it up for you, tell me which label and what you want, and that would actually enable this kind of thing. So I think that would be really cool. I don't think this is like a huge priority or anything, but as this sort of like fun project or even a summer of code project even, I don't know if it's big enough for that. But then it's this kind of thing that would be fun in such a way. And of course, I mean, if Eugene has some code for it, it might not make sense to make a summer of code project out of it just because it would be duplicating that. But, this kind of like adjacent idea where like maybe the core team wouldn't work on it a lot, but I would be super happy to like help with this and like maybe even write parts of it if needed. Like it seems like something that would be fun.
I think very good idea, this sort of community and socializing idea with everyone, sort of a fun thing, something you can go in there and say, oh, you're a part of this cleanup, and sort of putting the socialization part in editing of MusicBrainz, which is something I miss, and I'd love that really. I love this idea.
Yeah, I think anything that involves more community involvement is a good thing. So like I like the idea for sure, and like it's the kind of thing where we just we cannot rush it because it's a reasonable amount of work, and we're all overworked in that sense. But it's something that I would really like to see if people think that it's a good idea. So can someone add a ticket, Eugene? Can you add a ticket with all of this?
I will do that. Yes.
Awesome. You wanted to talk more classical stuff as well, user scripts, I remember?
What did I mean by that? It's a good question. Oh yeah, I think that was maybe user script integration. So the pull request I did, I think there was the one with the acoustic brain information added in the recording, and apparently everybody likes that one, so that's good. And I was wondering, because now I put more effort into understanding the React side of the website, if there were other scripts that would have a high priority to move there.
So a lot of scripts are release editor, relationship editor based, a lot of your classical scripts, right? Yeah. So for that, I would certainly wait until Michael is converting it to React. So that will be a few months, but I think that's fine because the scripts work in the meantime. I think copy date script is a very trivial one to implement on the website that would be very useful.
It's partially already implemented.
I mean, no, like the copy to everything you have,
oh,
right?
Yeah, sorry, yes. Yeah.
That's a very easy, that's a pretty easy, like, to understand script.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, that might be pretty safe. And it's not only useful for classical. So I would like that one. Like, any scripts which are for like, what's the word? Like for like batch editing things, like for example, the one you have to change, so like performer to piano. That's actually one that I also feel that is not only useful for classical, and it can be pretty useful, right? Like there's tons of like membranophone that want to be drums, or like guitar family that want to be guitar, that this script can help with. So like that's something that I also would like to see implemented. Like in real code, there are more specific things that might be like maybe more like something like guessworks. I really love, but I would be a bit worried because it would make it maybe too easy for people to just automatically always click work and send, click guessworks and send. So those are things I would be a bit more dubious about. For example, that's one where the guess subworks part of it seems perfect, because that's very user controlled, right? So
yeah, that's right.
That one I would totally like to implement, while the guesswork one I would be a bit more scared about.
But I think we need to wait for the relationship editor to be moved to React anyway.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what scripts do we have that we use outside of that a lot? One is the replacing relationship, like recording artists.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I could actually perfectly see included, but that should be like, we would need to think with Michael and Ivan about how to do this in a way that it shouldn't be by default, right?
Absolutely.
Like it should have like maybe we could have, I don't know what Michael, what do you think? We could have in the sidebar like you know, expert tools kind of button, or you know, like a drop down, like so you can click and it expands with extra tools that are for more like expert editors, and that could have mass merge by Jesus, that could have your set recording artists for classical, all sorts of things like that. I mean, that's something we've talked about in the past, of having like an expert interface extra, and I think that would really work.
I think that would be a good idea. I think there was also talk about only enabling certain features for auto editors, but I don't know how much of a good idea that is, because some of these things would be useful to normal editors too, I think.
I would hide those from beginners rather than show them only to auto editors. So like, I think a beginner editor probably shouldn't see at first the box, like the extra things box, for example, but everyone else probably should. And that comes into a different topic that we're going to talk about, but maybe more in a, like maybe not now, maybe better in a normal Monday meeting or something, but about how to deal with beginner editorship. In the sense that, I mean, I guess you know, but like the change to all release ads being auto edits kind of made it super hard for a lot of editors to ever get to 10 non-auto edits accepted. Because, you know, most of the things that a beginner editor does are now auto edit, so they never get to that number 10. They can be like adding releases for months, but they will never get there. So that's something we need to think about in connection to this as well. But I think that the general idea might be good to have, like a small, like I think something in the sidebar, which is just like, you know, expand for like specialist tools or something, would be pretty simple to do. And would probably, you know, be a good, like, I don't know, is Monkey around already? Not yet, I guess, for like design opinions. But I think that would be like, you know, a reasonable, like making it a bit harder without making it too annoying kind of thing. And those two are two that could probably be done already, because the sidebars are already React. So that we're not expecting changes there. So I think, right?
To the sidebar? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so if Lujin wants to work on like importing some scripts, then that might be a much better start than the release editor or relationship editor related ones. I don't know what you think, Lujin.
Yeah, I agree. I think I can start looking at that. Yes.
Okay, we can
also create a ticket for that.
We can always talk like with Monkey or like Chabi if she's around, or anyone who's more like design oriented. I mean, I don't know how much a design oriented approach you have normally, but just to like to get an idea of whether this seems like a good implementation or whatever. But I think that the general idea is good and it would really help a lot of people. And especially, yeah, like the mass merge one would be super useful for everyone. And basically the set recording artist one is like a basic tool for classical, to the point that if we add that to the website, we could probably even remove the guideline bit that says that it's fine to leave the track artists as they are, because you would already have like a much easier way to do that. So I would like that.
I'm just wondering very quickly about the recording artist. I seem to remember that if you don't attribute a work, you'd better keep the composer as recording artist. Has that changed?
Okay, so that's
just to keep track of those that don't have works, to keep them somewhere. That's the way I use it. But yeah, is there some kind of...
That's not a guideline or anything. That's mostly my personal opinion, but I think it's usually useful in that sense. But I think that in many cases, not always, but in many cases, when people add the performers, they also add works. So in most cases, that's fine. And in most cases, what I've seen when people don't add works is because it's hard to know what work it even is without listening, right? So you have only like, I don't know, a fancy by Dowland who has like 50 fancies, and you have no way to know which one it is without listening. And in a situation like that, then there is no problem just setting it to the performer, because without having the disc in your hand or on Spotify or whatever, you cannot really fix that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's more of this kind of case where if some beginner user especially doesn't actually add the works but adds performers, then it's better to not automatically set everything to the recording artist as a performer, unless you also set the works, just because it will be harder to find to fix later. But for most users who add most of the works they can figure out and don't add only the ones that are very hard to figure out, I don't think you need to worry about it at all. So I think it would be pretty safe to have this script for most cases. And honestly, if we miss a few cases because of this, but we also allow a lot of users to fix this in a much more useful way, I think that's a good exchange still, even if it makes a few things a bit harder to fix later. So
yeah, I think for the moment the script already has a safety system, which means that you cannot set the artist if maybe not if the work is missing, but if there's no other relation on the recording, something like that. And I think I also have somewhere a report that tells me if the artists I follow have relationship but no work linked or something like that. So we probably have ways to find afterwards and fix stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, more reports would always be a good thing if we can figure out good ones, and that might be a pretty good one, yeah. Like, recordings missing works is, in general, a pretty good thing. And the problem with that's one of the ones that is problematic to some degree, because we don't have a way to mark a report as a false positive, like, okay, this is an improvisation and shouldn't have a work, or this is, a plus and it shouldn't have a work, or anything like that. But it might be that it makes sense to have the report anyway, and when we can make it better, we make it better. Feel free to add a ticket for that one too if it doesn't exist. First, are we still in schedule, or?
Yeah, kind of. But we should probably round up soon. But yeah, I'm also we also still don't have Rob and Monkey, so.
Okay, I just saw that Lujin wanted to talk opera. I don't have a lot to say about this.
Oh, Rob is there.
Maybe we can talk about that for a couple of minutes and then be done with it for now. I think a lot of this will need to happen in the forums anyway, but you can start.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, because that's one part where I think every year we say that it's a bit tricky, so let's wait a bit more. People don't really agree with the guideline, especially the fact that we say we must link to the acts of the opera, for example, and that's a part, but some people still recreate them and so on. So it's a bit of back and forth. But actually, I asked a question on the community forums, and apparently a lot of people were working, I mean, Dosoi and other were already working on that. So it seems that now the situation is much cleaner than before, at least for the part which is related to the how to link to works. I had another topic, but I think it's probably too large for now, and I probably need to explain it on the forum and have some feedback on there. It's more about how to link efficiently the different performers and the different roles that you have in the operas.
Yeah, so that is a thing that it's a really big. I mean, the easiest way to do this, or like the only good way to do this I can see, would involve actually having roles for the operas.
Exactly.
And
yes.
then like three level like relationships, which I mean, it would be amazing, but that's like far in the future, I think. The closest I can suggest to you is that once we add instrumentation, which of course it still requires like merging vocals, but like that's literally the next step after we do that. And once we do that, we can at least have like, you know, instrumentation of this opera is, you know, soprano with the credit, I don't know, Brunhilde or whatever.
Exactly, yeah.
And that would already be a really big improvement. So I think that's the closest we can get to that right now, but it's certainly something to aspire to.
As long as the ticket about instrumentation and merging vocal and instruments is going forward, then it's fine.
All right.
That's what I think is you now.
I think that wraps up classical and cleanup then. We have Rob back at least. I guess that monkey won't be far. Oh, there he is. Speaking of the monkey.
I've been here.
So we have 5 more things, and I think we can do them all as a standard, like as regular sessions, unless there are a lot of things that pop up. I talked about this a bit when we came back from the break. This was really clean. Like it's 4:30 on the dot now. And this was the first one was scheduled for half an hour, so that's perfect. We have a bunch of people. I was thinking that maybe the Python and the MusicBrainz things could be separated out, but I see that Alistair is in some, and Monkey might also want to be in on some of the CritiqueBrainz stuff, since Monkey put that on. So I'm thinking that we go with the heavy one first. I'm guessing that this one is going to be the most heavy one we've had so far, which is the Web Service 2 incremental improvements. So how do you all say we do that now? I see some nodding and thumbs up and stuff. Then I will pass on the word to Michael.
Alrighty, I'll try to make this quick. I'm going to link Google Doc in IRC, which just summarizes the points. So this session is kind of open-ended. I guess I'll start by summarizing some of the main topics I wanted to get through.
Sorry, is this document open?
Oh, it should be.
MetaBrainz, I can't access.
We don't have access.
I'm sorry. One moment. Can you try again? Cool. So we have some tickets in Jira with their fixed version set to WS3 because they are breaking changes. Now, WS3 is not something we've designed yet or thought much about. But the thing is, even if we were to write a WS3 now, we'd still be stuck with WS2 for probably another 5 years or more. I mean, people were still using WS1 10 years after we deprecated it.
Exactly that.
Yeah. And I mean, people were still using Python 2 up until now when they released the third one in 2008, I think. So in general,
people were still using FreeDB until a couple months ago.
Yeah. Right.
Like, we actually got people signing up with us 3 months after FreeDB went away, right? Like, that's how on top of people are. Like, their service was broken for 3 months before they like, ooh, what's our next replacement? So it's amazing how bad that is.
Yeah, I feel like once you put something up on the internet, people just expect you to maintain it forever. But I guess my first question is, given our current priorities, would it make sense for us to, say, make some slightly breaking changes to WS2, whereby we aren't significantly breaking the output format in any way, but we deprecate certain types of requests or inc parameters that are causing performance issues for us, and then just remove them after a year after we announce them or so.
I think that's a good idea. On top of that, also, I think a WS3 should not contain XML. Like, we should only bring forth a JSON version.
I agree with that.
So are we talking about waiting for a VS3 to deprecate XML, or are we considering something like having adding a versioning system to VS2 already, and then have let's say VS 2.1, which is like the last XML release where we already fixed some of the issues which we're having with it being too big and whatever, and say, okay, in a year we are deprecating VS2, we're only going to have VS 2.1, please migrate to that if you want to keep using XML, and starting in VS 2.2, we're only going to have JSON. Is this like a doable thing, or is it too much of a problem?
I would definitely maintain XML support in WS2. I don't really see a way to differentiate between having a WS3 and a WS 2.1. I think in either case, you're forcing people to migrate and change all of their URLs and their apps, and it's going to be a mess for them either way. So if we're going to increment the version of the web service, I think we should just make the changes we are going to make and leave it at that.
What is the motivation for dropping XML, and do we have statistics about usage?
So basically, the internet has just decided to stop using XML for web services, right? People just really don't care about it anymore. Everybody just wants to use JSON. So with that in mind, we shouldn't be putting any energy into creating new XML-based web services. Clearly, as is already said, we need to make sure that we maintain version 2, right? But at the same time, we could also say, like, version 2 is now immediately deprecated, right? Because that starts the 10-year window before we actually get rid of it.
Yeah. From what I see, I don't. If people are using only JSON, it's fine. Just one thing we are missing with JSON is schema validation, and it proved to make the XML web service very stable. So we should find a replacement for that part on JSON.
I agree with that. There are ways to define schemas for JSON documents, which we should definitely look into. It's already caused problems where we have differences in the JSON output between the MusicBrainz web service and the search server already. So
we have a lot of inconsistencies in the current JSON implementation because of that.
Yes, absolutely agree with that too. And do we have stats about how much usage the two versions of the web service are getting? I mean, I expect that a lot of VS2 XML usage is just because, you know, it was the only one before, so people are just using that. But I'm wondering whether, you know, we can see like at least half of the people are using JSON, or like most are still using XML, or how does it work?
I don't have any stats for that offhand. I would guess most of the old XML usage was from old versions of Picard, which is now using JSON. There might even be
we can do some stats, but the difficulties mainly it's because we use headers rather than URL to differentiate XML from JSON. So I think we can do that on the back end. What do you think, Bitmap?
Yeah, if we could do that on the Nginx side, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we could maybe log something to Sentry, a simple counter to generate stats.
Just regarding stats, I mean, this is not something we have to discuss now, but in Brainz utils, Python library, we are working on this tool for storing stats in Redis and then pushing them to the graphing system. I guess there's not a lot code-wise that can be shared with the Perl code base, but perhaps conceptually you could do something similar, and we could just build some charts for that.
Yeah, I think stats would be interesting, although I'm not sure it'll really change. Like, I'm not sure we want to support XML anymore in any case.
I mean, I would say like we might want at most to support like a separate library or something that you can pass the JSON through to convert it to XML, but not something that we ourselves maintain all the time. We could make it and put it out there and be like, well, that should work now. If someone is interested in that, you can maintain it in the future. But we are not going to deal with this in the future. I don't know if this...
I don't think that's a good idea, but that's perhaps something we could talk about later.
You think we would get like a lot of bug reports and whatever, even if we are not officially maintaining it anyway?
Absolutely, and it's going to have problems, and it's going to be difficult to use, and who knows, maybe.
All right, so I'll move on to the next point then, which is just that recently we've had to make some minor breaking changes to WS2. I think all the ones so far were just correcting differences between the search server's output and the MusicBrainz web service output. I think we still have a couple more breaking changes that we'll have to make soon, and I was hoping we could define a process for how we want to announce those. Like, should we be announcing them in multiple places, say the blog, and have a dedicated community thread that people can subscribe to? How much time should we give after the announcement before we actually implement the change? I was wondering people's thoughts on that.
Is there a reason to not just have a tag on the blog? And
I feel like nobody reads the blog. And
sure, it's only because we don't put anything on the blog.
No. I mean, like, remember when we deprecated VS1? So, like, almost everyone only found out when their queries broke. And this was on the blog, it was on Twitter, it was everywhere.
I mean,
like,
we only know about the ones who didn't realize it beforehand. We don't know the ones that saw it and migrated in time.
Okay, there were a fair amount of people who didn't see it in time. That's, yeah, Fresh is right. We don't know exactly. Like, maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 10%, but like, it was certainly significant.
I'm just not sure it's been established that the blog is where we'd announce things like this. Like, I'm not sure people know to be checking that if they're developing apps using the web service. So maybe we should document that in the web service documentation.
I think we should document that because I think we have established internally within MetaBrainz. So that is the place we publish those announcements. That's how it's been done for as far back as I can remember, anyway. So I think it should be documented in documentation that's where people should keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let me jump in here for a second as well, because this is something that Monkey and I chatted about in response to what Param was saying yesterday. You know, sometimes he didn't necessarily feel like putting every single ListenBrainz release, and there could be like 2 or 3 in a week, onto the blog is a really, you know, that feels like it's kind of spamming the blog. Well, I think the blog is underutilized, which is one of the reasons why people aren't necessarily looking at it. So my feeling is we should just dump a bunch of things onto the blog. If you have something that's worthwhile, so Monkey is going to blog his slide set for today. I'm going to blog my slide set for today, or for yesterday. And, you know, releases should go there, and MusicBrainz should document that releases are being, or like the schema breaking changes are being documented in the blog, officially announced in the blog. And then I think we should be using the Twitter feed and links on community to point to the blog entries. But I'd rather not change anything, because we've always had this policy of using the blog as a place where we talk about these sort of changes, because also live data feed, it's like it's written in our contract that people should be paying attention to the blog as well. So let's keep the blog, but let's, I'm way in favor of properly documenting that that's where people should be looking. Now, just because we have 10% of the people who are not, clued into the changes that we've made, the basic fundamental idiom of the internet is that people don't read shit, right? And no matter how much we do for pushing people to the blog or like Twitter or this or that, like we could go to people's houses and so forth and hold shit up to them, it's like they still wouldn't read it, right? So that's just one of those things people aren't going to read. Let's just be consistent about where we make our breaking changes and announcing our changes and whatnot, and this is the best we can do.
And then use every possible outlet that we have to point to that. Even on GitHub and stuff like that, that might not be, where you'd expect a blog post, but
yes.
Like, hey.
Actually, that's a really good point. Every single description for every one of our major repositories should basically say, hey, for following changes to our API and whatnot, read our blog. Would somebody open a ticket for that, please? All right. Okay, so
I got a few months ago, for the release of MusicBrainz Docker, I set new tags and new categories on the blog. So I reorganized it to be a bit more usable. So you can have a specific about change in the search server and so on. So we have also the blog post being referenced from the MusicBrainz homepage. I don't know for other projects if you have a link to the blog. And we have it in Git tag summary, so in Git tag releases. Maybe if that can be useful to other projects too.
All right, well, that all sounds good to me. I'm definitely in favor of using the blog more often and making it more visible and advertising that that's where we're going to make changes. So sounds good. Should I move on to the next point about WS 2.5?
Yep.
All right, so in previous summits, we talked about this notion of a version 2.5 of the web service, which I think was basically just thought of as WS2 plus API keys. Would it make sense for us to just figure out a way and implement a very simple API key system and perhaps tie some of these breaking changes to that and keep existing compatibility with the version 2, not the 2.5?
I would like that. And as you know, we have user management sign up for accounts for replicated tokens and so forth, and all of our customers. That already exists in MetaBrainz, right? So we should make use of that, and some fairly simple changes to the MetaBrainz site should allow us to keep track of a new type of user, and then also be able to create the necessary API keys that are being tracked in MetaBrainz that then can be pushed out and utilized in WS3. I think that's good. We'll make Zaz happy.
Cool. Yeah. So are you suggesting we might use the replication access token as an API key, where they would just include it in the authorization header?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we'll have to think about the schema details in detail. But maybe we'll just use the same table and simply say, like, okay, this is a replication token, this is a WS3 access token, this is a WS4 access token.
The BookBrainz API token.
Right. Any of those. Right. I think it's mostly an implementation detail that we need to talk about in detail. It's beyond the scope of discussion today, I think. But let's just say that honestly, like the biggest part of WS3 was always figuring out how to manage accounts and that sort of shit. But like we already have that in MetaBrainz, so let's use it.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's something I could think about more outside of the summit then.
Yeah.
Maybe open some tickets on that. But
yeah, and if you want to have a chat sometime in the coming weeks about how to structure that and have a schema discussion, you and I can knock that out post haste, I'm sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll think more about that. I think that mostly wrapped up the things I wanted to bring up. I think the last point was just that we could, having the request tied to an API key would just allow us to contact people more easily about changes if we wanted to. But
100%. If you have accounts, you have people's emails.
Yeah.
And you can announce, well, you have an API key, so you'll be interested in knowing that. Actually, I think that's probably the best way to announce WebSocket web service breaking changes.
Sending out a mass email or something like that. Yeah.
To anyone with an API key, because obviously they'd be interested.
Yeah, unless anyone had any further comments, I think that was all I wanted to discuss during the summit.
I think this is a great start. Thank you for taking this initiative and moving this forward. This is something that we've been needing for a really long time, and I know this, I'm sure Zaz isn't listening right now, but this is something that will make Zaz a lot happier because it gives him a lot more visibility and controllability of our inbound traffic. And what I really like about this is that there is a kind of a clear, more or less clear migration path for people. So it's good.
All right, back to Frazo, I guess.
Yes. So let's see what do we have up on the agenda. We're making good time. Good job, people. I think we can do one more topic before we take a break, and then we can probably do the rest of the topics after the break. I'm guessing that the search server is another half-hour one. Ivan kind of nods, maybe ish. So I'm thinking of maybe taking one of the ones marked 15 minutes. And then we can do the search server and the two other 15-minute ones after a short break, and that should probably round up the day. Does that sound agreeable to people?
It's fine.
Lucifer just said that he's away, unavailable for a few minutes. So the ones that he's added, we should wait until after the break.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. So we're definitely not doing search server now, and we're not doing ListenBrainz client integrations. So CritiqueBrainz or upgrading Python. Whoever takes the mantle first.
I'm happy to talk about CritiqueBrainz and ListenBrainz feed integration, because this is something of a breakthrough moment on the CritiqueBrainz front.
Take it away.
Okay.
That happened during lunch.
Right, pretty much as Freso said it should happen, right on schedule. We just, Monkey sat there and was like, I got it! Do you want to describe it, Monkey?
Sure. On ListenBrainz, the feed feature that Param is currently starting to implement. So basically, you follow a user and then you get whatever that user posts publicly as here's music I like, I guess. Part of that process was that the user would be able to write a little blurb. I like this song, it reminds me of winter, I don't know, for the whoever follows their feed. And it suddenly struck me after all our discussions about integrating the various Brainz projects together that's basically a review, a critique, and so we should seamlessly be able to recommend a song on ListenBrainz with a little review that gets posted on CritiqueBrainz, maybe a rating if we want to, and that's it, and not have to funnel people towards CritiqueBrainz. Again, that's the topic of integrating CritiqueBrainz in other projects. Make it seamless, but treat every opportunity we have of a user rating or writing anything about anything that has an MBID to be a critique on CritiqueBrainz, I guess, is the gist of it.
The real key here, can you guys hear me with my headphones? Okay. I think the real key insight that I'm taking away from this is that we've always kind of wanted people to go to CritiqueBrainz to look at it and use it and so forth. But really what we need to be doing is we need to just make CritiqueBrainz usable from our other projects, right? So using it from the feed page to allow people to write reviews right there is a perfect sort of thing, right? I know, Monkey, did you mention stars, rating things right off of that? But that's another thing you mentioned earlier. So that's, again, it's a perfect example of integrating the Brainzes and also bringing a feature that really just that kind of bubbles CritiqueBrainz up and actually makes it a critical element of our infrastructure.
So I was going to say, the idea that was given yesterday of having a reviews tab in MusicBrainz actually seems like a perfectly good place where people could actually write the reviews from MusicBrainz in the same way.
Exactly.
And I mean, we have talked, of course, plenty of times of whether to move ratings to CritiqueBrainz, like to store them on that side instead of on MusicBrainz database itself. That is, of course, doesn't matter much when we do it, but if we start using CritiqueBrainz properly as a back infrastructure, then we'll probably want to eventually do that, especially because then we can have, the CritiqueBrainz ratings would also be able to be fed to ListenBrainz and change from ListenBrainz as well, etc.
Exactly, and I guess the sooner the better, because then you have ratings tied to your recommendation. I think that's really important, and also I guess there's currently a way to figure out what the popularity of a track would be on MusicBrainz from that rating. But I think it makes a lot more sense to have that in CritiqueBrainz instead, and more applicable to other projects that might use it afterwards, like BookBrainz.
Michael, how hard do you feel that it would be to migrate the rating infrastructure away?
Like storing all the ratings in MusicBrainz and CritiqueBrainz?
Yeah, like moving it there and just calling them from there rather than directly from RDB.
I think that would be a lot of work.
Yeah, because what you would have to do is implement ratings in CritiqueBrainz, because that's a completely new feature that isn't there yet. And the code's in Python as opposed to in Perl, which is also a good thing, migrating things away from Perl. But like, it's not a tough feature to implement, right? But you would have to re-implement that, then make an endpoint for it, and then Then MusicBrainz has to actually call those endpoints for its ratings to fetch its ratings. So that's a fair amount of work. I mean, to me, that kind of seems like somebody who can write both Perl and Python code, that would be a good summer of code project.
I mean, let's say that depends what you mean with moving the ratings, in the sense that if you're talking of, like, depends whether we want to have on the CritiqueBrainz website a full interface to edit ratings. But if we're talking about implementing it, integrating it more with like other brainses and it being most of a repository, then originally the only thing you need is to have like the database supported and an API endpoint to change it, which, I mean, we already have an API endpoint for ratings or for MusicBrainz, so like, I don't know.
Sure, I mean, you would have to move the endpoint over to CritiqueBrainz, and you're reducing the workload by like 5%. So,
a few things that kind of came to mind through that discussion. We were talking yesterday about putting apps into the same database in different schemas. I don't know whether it feels like too much potential can of worms, but imagine if ratings were in the CritiqueBrainz schema in the same database and MusicBrainz just updated items in that schema directly.
oh,
That sounds smart.
that sounds entirely too smart. Because then what we could do is we could make a new separate rating schema. We move the tables from MusicBrainz to that schema and then make minor changes. MusicBrainz continues to use them as usual. And then we just add new interface to CritiqueBrainz, which is our forward-going permanent interface to ratings. But it still uses the same backend, just in different. That's good.
Keep in mind, Rob, you mentioned something off the cuff, which I'm not sure exactly what you meant. We do have ratings in CritiqueBrainz. I'm not sure if you knew that or were.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we don't have to build the UI or the backend. Then I guess now we have a job of merging tables.
Right. So the other nice thing about putting the CritiqueBrainz into the MusicBrainz database in a different schema is that we can do foreign key relationships to the MusicBrainz IDs. Currently, I mean, this is an implementation detail. We'll have to discuss it in further detail. Currently, a review in CritiqueBrainz has multiple revisions, and a revision can be either textual review or a rating. So it doesn't match directly one-to-one with the way that ratings are stored in MusicBrainz. But I think that's something that we can sort of discuss and work out how we want to adjust that.
Yeah.
Especially if we want to start allowing adding reviews from MusicBrainz, then that might actually not be a problem at all. We might just be able to convert all of our existing ratings to no review ratings and then allow writing reviews from MusicBrainz as well. So, I mean, it's a bit more of work, but it actually kind of solves that bit. So, in the end, it might actually save time.
Okay, this is really starting to feel like a proper solution that makes complete sense. At least to me.
It kind of then sounds also like our thoughts yesterday on keeping the doors open to deprecate or to shut down CritiqueBrainz have kind of gone out the window.
Hopefully.
Right. Sure. And I guess that's kind of what we want is that it sticks around. But
trying our best, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, ideally. And, if it starts holding critical infrastructure for us, then, we're sort of setting ourselves up for not giving up on it. And I think collectively, that's kind of what we want. I think then that's pretty much it for this topic, no?
There was a couple of concerns. I think one of them was that I don't exactly know how CriticBrainz works, but I suppose that you have to create a separate account on CriticBrainz linked to your MusicBrainz account, which is kind of an issue if you want to write a review from ListenBrainz, but you don't have a CriticBrainz account.
This kind of also ties into the previous discussion about tokens on MetaBrainz and our other previous discussions about
merging databases.
MetaBrainz.
Right.
And and about merging databases, because hey, if we merge the database together, then you can just sign in with the same username.
Right. I really am starting to we've had a lot of problems with having accounts exist in many different ways, and the fact that you have a MetaBrainz account, a MusicBrainz account, a ListenBrainz account. It would be really nice to just have a MetaBrainz account that then has MusicBrainz aspects, that has CriticBrainz aspects. It does have the negative downside that you can't really close your account, but I suppose like if you really dislike your contributions to ListenBrainz, or you realize like, no, wait a minute, I don't want my listens to be public anymore, you can just say, it's like, delete all my listens and delete all of my entries in the ListenBrainz tables, so that I have no more ListenBrainz footprint, but my MetaBrainz account and especially my MusicBrainz account remains, well, the other aspects of that account remain unchanged. And then we can get rid of a lot of these distinctions and a lot of these problems of like, what happens when a user gets renamed, and if we delete this other site has to then do deletions and so forth. It's just makes things a lot easier. I think somebody needs to think about this in more detail, especially also this is kind of I think it's also getting to the not that I really want to torpedo Bitmap's short WS3 project, but it's starting to sound like addressing these user account issues and making them work better is something that would be a good thing to do before we launch into having a greater dependency on this account structure that we have. Bitmap, why don't you and I in the coming weeks have a discussion around this particular topic?
All right, that sounds good to me.
Okay, let's leave it there. But yeah, I think this, again, like bringing all the brains together closer and reducing the frictions between the brains is really going to be, just doing that will allow us to close like 10 bugs in ListenBrainz that are sort of GDPR nightmares at the moment. Right?
Same on BookBrainz. There's one from this week about a user who currently can't change their username.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so
there was one more consideration, which is minor. If you're writing a review on ListenBrainz, one thing that I wasn't fully aware of is that on CriticBrainz you get to choose which license the text is going to be published as, if I understood correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So we either need to choose a default and find a way to tell the user this is what's happening. It's going to be public. It's going to be published as this license. Or we need to resurface that choice of license back into ListenBrainz.
I think as long as we make it clear that it's going to be published under a given license, we should just default to the most restrictive of the ones we have as options. And then they can go to CriticBrainz itself, or they can go to some specifics page and say, hey, I want to change maybe all my reviews to a more permissive version of the CC license.
So currently, CriticBrainz doesn't let you change the license of a review.
It doesn't let you change in either direction either.
Correct.
I'm really questioning the choice that we made of actually allowing the user to choose a license. I know one of the reasons for that was because the BBC gave us a bunch of reviews that were under a license that wasn't necessarily our choice. But I don't really think there's any. I mean, why don't we just choose one license that makes sense that we can agree on and say this is our default licenses. All things written from now on will be this particular license, and then we'll keep trying. Won't change any of the old ones so that they're still properly attributed with that license. We won't get into any legal trouble with that. But going forward, just use whatever license that CritiqueBrainz uses. And
I mean,
why shouldn't it be CC0? Do we care?
Some people will care. That's why I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't want their stuff to be like copied verbatim into a book without attribution, let's say.
Yeah,
which
okay.
You don't allow. So like, I wouldn't mostly care, but I can imagine other people would. What I would suggest is like, if we're in any case gonna display an info that says, this will be released under whatever license, because we have to show that anyway, then what's the problem of having this whatever license just being a select? And then whatever you click, you pick one different, you default to the one you want to default, but let people just click and choose another one, then click submit, send it, you're done.
Most people don't understand what these licenses are, and they don't want to think about them. So my perspective about this is that when you put this license question in front of somebody, people are like, oh, I don't know what this is, run away, right? And then you lose participants in this process. But I think your objection about, I don't want to write something and then have it show up in a book without attribution, that makes sense. But then the question is, what should be the default license that we put in? CC BY?
So currently we have CC BY, share alike, and non-commercial variation.
I would like to default to CC BY, share alike, and allow certainly CC0, and I guess we need to allow non-commercial if that's what's needed for like the BBC and whatever. But like what I would suggest, especially if you think licenses are scary otherwise, is just like even don't have a select, just have it like, this will be published in CritiqueBrainz under the license CC BY share alike. And then at the end of that, you can have two small links like, see more details or change license. And only if people specifically choose to click change license, then they get to change the license. And 99% of people will just completely ignore that, click send, done. And only people who actually give a shit will ever bother to read that, select the license, and change something. I think that's if we want to keep this possibility to have different licenses, that seems like the most straightforward option to me, honestly. Because having something like it does it in the default thing, and then you go to CritiqueBrainz and then you change the license. This sounds like a pain in the ass no one will want to deal with. So if you're not going to have just one default, then you should allow it to choose it on submission. But it doesn't need to be done in a scary way. I'm pretty sure that can be done in a way that is not really problematic for anyone who doesn't care.
Let's talk about licenses specifically. So I agree with Friso that the non-commercial license, even 5-10 years ago, the non-commercial license part of Creative Commons has effectively been branded as the evil Creative Commons license, because there's a bunch of people in Creative Commons that have used it, a bunch of people that have used it in kind of douchey ways, right? So people are just like, let's not do that, which is also one of the motivating factors for us changing our licenses, because we were hinging upon the non-commercial aspects and not going anywhere. That said, the most natural one that makes sense to me is CC BY and share SA. So attribution, share alike. Do we need anything else? So I would move that all future licenses written in future reviews written in CritiqueBrainz be done by default, and no other options for licenses by Creative Commons BY, so it's attribution, and SA, so share alike.
I would be okay with having that as a test, and then see if people want to add CC0, then we could add CC0. I think we shouldn't add NC. If we have some grandfathering reviewers in NC, but then we really need to have a very clear indicator, not just a small text, but a really clear indicator, so people don't assume that everything I've seen is by SA. So that means that all of it is by SA, right? We need to very clearly mark those
Yeah,
that are not.
we'll just mark that in the dumps. That's not a problem. So I like kind of what you're suggesting. So by default, all new reviews will be CC by SA, and then if people scream about having CC0 reviews, we'll add that at a later point in time. That seems like an eminently doable approach. And like we will in the backend, we will keep the different licenses intact, but maybe even on CritiqueBrainz, as you're writing a review, you can choose. No, let's not do that. Let's just remove the license choices. We may bring them back for CC0.
So that's a final decision that we should open a ticket to.
If no one is against it, then I guess it is a decision. But is someone against it?
Kartik, can you open a ticket for that to remove the non-commercial license option from the review writing screen?
I don't like that idea. I'm against it. No, I don't like that idea.
But we are working. The thing is that all of MetaBrainz is for promoting open source and open data. Using the non-commercial clause makes the Creative Commons license a non-free license. One of the core tenets of free free culture is that there should be no barriers to who can use it. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't pay for it necessarily, but it does mean that there should be no restrictions on who can use it. So if you put, like, there are licenses that are also trying to put restrictions on, say, use by military or police, and while I sympathize with that 100%, that makes it a non-free license. Allowing the non-commercial clause in our licenses means that we are allowing a non-free license on our platforms, and I am personally all for no longer doing that.
I think we should proceed with the idea of removing non-commercial. Cat, your reservation has been noted, but you're the only person against it. Oh, sigh. Are we done with this topic then?
I think so, and I think we're taking a short break to take a breath, and then we'll return back and circle back around and do the last 3 topics in, say, 5 minutes or 10-minute break.
Let's say 5 because it's going to take 10 before we all get back around.
5-minute break. So we're meeting up at 20 minutes past. So see you in 5 minutes. There we go. But yeah, so whenever someone is ready to talk about the search server, then you can go ahead.
The search server is a server, right? It just search things.
All right.
So a few days ago, Juvenzo and I had a talk about moving the search server to Java 11. So I made some changes, and the CI is passing with Java.
I cannot hear you anymore.
Justin?
He disconnected.
I'm afraid Kartik got disconnected.
I think he said internet in India sucks today.
Yeah. Also, Monkey, you're very muffled when you're wearing that mask. Just a heads up.
If needed, we could just have like it written down, and then someone can read it. It might be easier.
Welcome back, Kartik. I think maybe.
So I was saying a few days.
So
louder.
Before we lose too late. No, before we lose you again, Kartik. Then I'd suggest that you write it down. We are gonna let's do one of the Python ones. You write it down, and then we can have Rio or Michael or someone read it aloud on your behalf. After we've discussed one of the Python things.
Sure.
Was
sure,
that an
I'll
okay?
do that.
Or maybe just use IRC.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said sure, so let's do it.
All right. So let's jump on to let's just do upgrading. Yeah, because Kartik also wants to do ListenBrainz client integration. So let's do Lope's Bootstrap upgrading.
Okay. It was just more a comment, I guess, that came up when we were talking about the template toolkit stuff and choosing the layout library and stuff for MusicBrainz. Lobes, which is the sort of the thing that Nico did originally for the design stuff when we did the new logos and designs and things, uses Bootstrap 3. We skipped Bootstrap 4, which I think makes sense, but we're finding that many dependencies, for example, that we need to use are now tailored towards Bootstrap 4 instead of Bootstrap 3. Therefore, and I suspect now that Bootstrap 5 beta is out, or alpha is out, it seems that it's very likely that support for 3 is going to disappear sooner, if not later, if not sooner. So I think we should probably upgrade to Bootstrap 5. No reason to do Bootstrap 4. That, from my understanding, would be CritiqueBrainz, ListenBrainz, and AcousticBrainz, and MetaBrainz.org.
BookBrainz as well.
And BookBrainz, right. There was a very brief discussion on IRC asking whether other Python brainses should also use the MusicBrainz design language. Was that the question? Who asked that?
No, the question was, does it relate to the design system that has been made for MusicBrainz, which is basically, I understand about the same thing, but maybe more extended in design system?
So we have never really thought further about design systems for the Python brainses, let's say. I think we use lobes and we use Bootstrap. And if we have to do something, we do something.
I think there is nothing Python specific in lobes, so we could have used it for MusicBrainz.
Or I believe so.
So why did we
Nico,
follow another path?
Is lobes just styling, like colors and things, or?
Yes, lobes is a Bootstrap theme and nothing else. And indeed, it's been on my radar, waiting for Bootstrap 5 to be a little bit more solid. But I've been keeping an eye and keeping track on Bootstrap, and with on my radar being a well-needed update of lobes. But indeed, nothing Python specific at all in lobes.
So, Monkey, do you have an appreciation for what the workflow is for upgrading to Bootstrap 5 and the new lobes? So first, I guess you would have to actually do the work to create the lobes for Bootstrap 5. And then what are the deliverables and all the changes in going from Bootstrap 3 to 5, like if a class has been renamed, we have to hunt through all of our templates and change all those instances, all that sort of nonsense, right?
And worse than that is when they change the structure of the HTML that you have to do to upgrade the same thing to the new version. You know, table or highlighting or autocomplete or whatever.
So basically, this is a major undertaking.
Yes.
Or
not necessarily, but it could be.
It's not a trivial undertaking.
It's not find and replace.
It's not what? Sorry.
It's not find and replace.
Right. It is scan every template by hand, fix it up.
I mean, it might be find the old class name and then rewrite that bit of the template to use the new class name and new HTML structure.
I mean, let's say we have been doing this kind of stuff for in MusicBrainz for SLN changes and things like that, where there were hundreds of problems that needed to be slightly rewritten, and if that's the case, then that's one day of work. Tops 2, so it's not a big deal. If something broke significantly, then that might be a different situation.
I mean, for example, AcousticBrainz has, 7 to 10 template files? I mean, it's not...
ListenBrainz is much in the same position, so it's not a major undertaking unless we find major structural things that need to be redone, but
agreed.
ListenBrainz doesn't have any of that.
So I mean, really the thing here was I just wanted to raise the fact that we should be upgrading to Bootstrap 5 at some time.
Yeah, that is totally on my radar, and while going through that process, I should also be able to point out the potentially sore bits, the changes that require significant oversight. The rest should just magically work. Fingers crossed.
I guess there is a extension question to that, saying, do we want to end up with shared components that can be used over all brainses?
I mean, that's what the design system is supposed to be, but honestly, I don't think we're ready yet, both in terms of MusicBrainz not being fully React yet and trying to figure out how to do it, and also on BlueBrainz also not being completely sure of what I want to do and how the pages would look and how the components should look. And I think once we have something that's a little bit more stable on both sides. It might be interesting to look at whether there's really much interest in creating those shared components. My gut feeling is that maybe we do, but we'll get into the same problem of the reasons why you didn't want to use React Bootstrap. We'll end up with the same problems that if we want to update some components, then we have to update those components for all of the brains at once, for example. That could be problematic.
Okay, cool. I'm happy with that.
Nice t-shirt, Alistair.
Thanks. San Francisco 2013.
That's where I met you.
Yep.
For the first time in person.
Yep.
Yeah. Another one down. Is
just in time for Lucifer to write
yeah.
the text on IRC.
Yeah. Perfect. That is excellent timing. So, that's not even that much. Does anyone want to take the charge of this? Not Rob. Someone who maybe has more understanding of what's going on in the search department.
Yeah. So a few days ago, we mentioned about upgrading Solar to Java 11. Lucifer took a look around the code base and found there are a few breaking changes that affect the code base. Yeah, he already opened a pull request, and the CI is passing. The other changes left are deployment. Okay. Further, the MD schema is using Java binding. And Lucifer feel it could be simplified and use Java 11 features instead of using GEXB if you write bindings manually. So since schema changes are infrequent, the amount of code change in future will be just a few lines of code. I do not know. Lucifer do not know if there are many error crashes with Solar, but this will probably help with making the server more robust. So I don't know much about Java bindings, but it was free in the GV8 environment, and in GV11 it's no longer part of the base library, if I understood correctly. So you have to use a Jakarta or something like that to automatically generate the Java bindings from the schema definition.
I just mentioned this in IRC, but just to comment, we an hour ago talked about preferring a JSON schema instead of an XML schema, and these tools that we're talking about are designed to convert an XML schema to Java objects.
Yeah.
And so if we are moving away from XML, there's a question there about whether we still need to maintain the XML schema in order to generate these Java objects, or if we decide to do it manually, which has some positives, but also potentially opens the door for typos and spelling mistakes and missing.
So we have had issues already where the two kind of go out of whack, because I mean, let's say our MMS hasn't always, schema, MD schema hasn't always been completely up to date. I remember us having some problems with that, so like that doesn't necessarily guarantee that automatic things will be fine. But probably a good idea. I can see you now. Do you actually have? Does anyone actually know if there is like basically the equivalent tool to convert JSON schemas to Java? Lucifer, have you seen something like that?
So first, the auto-generation of Java objects from the schema is the main feature. It's the main reason why we have a XML schema, and that we can test if the output of the web service really follows the expected output. So I think there are possibilities to keep producing Java objects from the XML schema if needed. And if we can have an alternative with JSON schema, that would be nice. But maintaining hand-coded Java objects, I think it's not a good option, because we will have a lot of different implementation, which we will not have any possibilities to test if all of this implementation outputs the same results, the same structure. So we definitely need auto-generation from a schema. XML or JSON doesn't matter. There are, about what you asked, Reo, there were many different initiatives to have a schema in JSON, but I didn't look at it for a while. And they are not as stable, as reliable as XML schema have been in the past. But things have probably changed.
How much is the XML schema used in the Perl side of things? Is there an automated relationship between there, or do you just hope that they're compatible?
How much between what?
Like how much we use it on the actual MusicBrainz code. I don't remember if we actually test against it. I think we might. I think we do. Yeah, some test against.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
not elsewhere.
Okay, so right, so you generate XML and then.
So we generate XML and JSON from Perl code, and we use the output of the Solar, which is using Java objects, both to return results to the client, and also to use for the auto-completion of MusicBrainz entity in the search field. So the Perl code is generating XML, and it's consuming XML from the search server. XML or JSON. JSON, I think.
Using the schema is the point. Like nothing in we don't generate the MusicBrainz web service content based on the schema directly, I don't think. We generate it by hand, and then we test that it validates with the schema. But all of our code does it basically by hand already.
Yeah, well, we don't need the schema at runtime. It's only for development purpose. Of course, it can be used by the developers of an application, for example. Some are using it for the client libraries or things like that. I've put a link if someone wants to share about the current development around search in MetaBrainz. So there is an update to Java 11 Lucifer mentioned. And the other improvement he made about inconsistencies we have between the JSON returned by MusicBrainz server and the JSON returned by the search server. We discussed it with Alastair and Reo, Michael, Kartik. I think that's all.
I mean, it sounds like in the long term, we definitely want to move to generate everything based on the JSON, but that of course depends on us writing an actual JSON schema, which we really should think about doing soon. Did someone make a ticket for that, by the way? Anyway.
I think the cost of development around XML is mostly because of the schema. So if you do the same thing in JSON, you will have more development load as well. It's a necessary thing. So we can get rid of XML, but it doesn't solve the question of having a schema.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we should still have the schema. That's the thing. We need to write it before we can move to JSON as the generating. Like before we can move the server to generate JSON, we really need a schema. Like especially because as we talked earlier, we have so many discrepancies between the two, small discrepancies, but still. So what are the steps here?
So I think Kartik will be nice to have to hear from him, because he knows better about the current possibilities to keep generating Java objects from the XML schema. I don't know of other steps.
Okay, so basically the next steps that are important for the search server. One is the JSON schema generation, so we can look more into the JSON side of things. One is to look into the SQL alchemy problems, so that we can update that. What else?
We don't have even a reliable JSON implementation we can use to design a JSON schema. So maybe I'm open to the suggestion about choosing a format to have a JSON schema and implement that. But I don't think it's easier than just replacing the missing part for generating the Java objects from XML schema. For now, we can think about it for maybe web service 2.5 or.
I mean, absolutely. I agree that at first, if it's not a lot of work, we should just keep maintaining the XML one, just looking at like the future development kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's the easiest part for now.
Lucifer suggests that that y'all can discuss the schema again in a few days, and he'll try and come up with a small prototype for clarity.
I think that's a good idea. Like we know, like perhaps we should make sure we have some notes saying that we know we have to do a couple of these steps, and we can slowly talk about it over the next weeks or months.
So for now, it didn't stop to work. We can still use GV8 and the schema, the Java object generation. But we have to update the indexer to use a Python tree. We should update the Solar schema to use GV11. So it's not short-term priority, but more probably in long-term issues.
All right. Does that wrap up this topic?
I suppose Alistair was mentioning some work that we did previously to export, what was it, API endpoints?
Right, so there are tools that, given a JSON schema, can generate a TypeScript schema. Which
is somewhat useful if you're implementing an API in TypeScript for the front end somewhere, to know that you're using the same schema as the API. And I think you used something to generate a JSON schema from an API definition.
Yeah, so we had a tool to go from Python data classes to JSON schema. So we could write a Python object, serialize that to JSON, get a schema, and then turn that schema into a TypeScript schema and get auto-completion and validation in your JavaScript editor. I guess for the most part, the MusicBrainz website uses the internal API rather than the public API. Is that correct? So that's not, I guess that's not strictly useful immediately.
I mean, we use both to some degree. Like there are places where we use VSGS, which is internal. There are places where we use the server results, basically, which are effectively an external API in that sense.
Just then, as a thing to know that you can generate TypeScript. Well, I guess you're using Flow or something. Maybe you can generate Flow definitions as well.
But more than Flow or TypeScript, it's generate Java code, Java objects, which is question. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think the main point is that once you have JSON schema, you can generate other type of code from it. I think it's
cool.
Fairly used in a lot of places.
Cool. Yeah, just letting everyone know that that's a possibility.
So to conclude about the indexer, it's being investigated by Alastair and Bitmap about updating the dependencies to SQL HME. And I'm investigating the load issues mainly that come from the queue management to be able to deploy it on mirrors. Because right now the only thing that works is either a highly tuned virtual machine. Some people are doing this, and otherwise using the search indexer dump. And in midterm issues, there is a lot of work to do about the indexer still for maintainability and having automated tests, because right now we have tests for the schema for the Java objects that are loaded in Solar, but we don't have automated test integration test for the indexer, and it's quite a pain to keep it working together. Yeah, I posted another link on the IRC channel about how we are supposed to keep the web service working when we do a change to the schema. That is, if you want to add something, we need to have both the MusicBrainz server working and the search server, so the indexer as well, and the schema as well, and all have to work together. So we need the MusicBrainz server to work with both the old and the new implementation. So it's just a nightmare. So it's very important to have reliable tools we can use to automate tests, because there are, you see here, 11 steps, and we cannot just restart from the beginning each time we find an issues. We have to identify possible bugs with automated tests. That's it from me. I don't know if Lucifer or anyone else has something to add.
And if you don't, you can maybe get started on the ListenBrainz client integrations instead. Yeah, Lucifer says all done here. So we have one more topic that we have noted down. So I suggest we do that right away, because then we can round up the summit officially afterwards. So it's already there and ready. So I can read what Lucifer has written aloud, and then someone can take over. So Lucifer writes, we should be looking at more integrations for people to be able to submit listens to ListenBrainz, including offline players and websites like Spotify that offer such APIs. Also, maybe work on a web extension to allow people to submit listens from random websites. I just have one quick note to add to that, there is a web extension, what's it called? I have it right here, Web Scrobbler. And Web Scrobbler supports both listenbrainz.org, but also to put in a custom ListenBrainz server. Oh, it works perfectly fine for me, but of course your mileage may vary.
I prefer not to use it on my on YouTube. I turn that particular part off because sometimes it just gets YouTube videos wrong that are not music related.
Yeah.
So, but it generally does okay on other sites. Like it works great on Bandcamp, from what I can tell.
Works fantastic on SoundCloud for me as well.
About that,
yeah, it's been
about the YouTube issue. I think in ListenBrainz we should differentiate what is identified in MusicBrainz. I don't know how you match tracks and differentiate to common videos you have on YouTube, but on my listens, I have both mixed, and I think we could improve that somehow by when a track is in MusicBrainz somehow, we should you do that for the Spotify player, for example. So we could just mark it somehow to mark it's a recognized track, something we have in database, and it will help to clear what is not. For example, if I look at some random video on YouTube, it appears on my listen, and I don't always want them to be there because they are absolutely no purpose. What do you think?
One problem with checking, I mean, like, how would you check if it's MusicBrainz? Because the first thing I thought is like, you could scrabble automatically by checking MusicBrainz for that link. If someone has linked it as a streamable video, then you scrabble that, but that only works, for actual legitimate videos. Well, we all know YouTube is full of people who just upload music that they don't have the rights to. But at the same time, if I'm listening to that, I would also want that to actually get scrabbled. So how would that work? And because for MusicBrainz, we don't actually link to those, right? So I'm not sure how exactly that would work.
So this is the stuff I've been working on in the mapping to sort of identify what is a video, well, you know, what maps to MusicBrainz. And there's going to be a pile of things that simply will never map against what we have on MusicBrainz, right? This is a difficult thing to do well. And the work I'm doing with the mappings is just simply not there yet to the point where I could implement something what you're suggesting, Zaz. I see where you're going. I see that point. I think it makes sense. And I think once we actually, you know, get the mapping that we have to like 75% coverage or so, we could probably look at that in more detail. But for right now, it's just, you know, might just be best to say, all right, turn off YouTube submitting listens in Web Scrobbler and to move on. We'll revisit it later.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've got two things to add to that. The first one is that you were taking Spotify as an example, but Spotify has a very clean metadata in comparison. So it's way easier to figure out whether what you're listening to is a track, for example, as compared to an album, which is something that you'll find on YouTube quite a fair amount. You know, if you have a video with the whole album, you can't really match that super easily to a track in MusicBrainz. And what was my second point? It'll come back to me.
Yeah, I've been like the Kodi ListenBrainz listen submitter that I've been working on does not currently work great for offline play, but that's a fixable issue that I do have on my radar that I just haven't gotten around to. Yeah, but we've also talked, I think, both last year and also the year before, we've been talking about ways to encourage more people to write like plugins and extensions and patches for various media player softwares. And CatQuest really would like some ListenBrainz submissions for older hardware. And yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to maybe talk about that. If Rob does not want to talk about that.
Okay, and we'll talk about that, right? And it's just the older hardware, supporting older hardware is just, it's a huge amount of work for a product that's going for, like, you know, hardware that's not going to be around anytime soon. I mean, it's going away soon, right? It's just, it does not make sense for us to dedicate any amount of time to that, right? We need to be forward-looking, not backward-looking.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think it's great if someone wants to do it, but I don't think it's something that we necessarily should put our own resources towards. But I am absolutely sympathetic with CatQuest, and I know that and it's not just like CatQuest is our representative here, but they're not the only one that has the issue. Though they are the most active in our community and the most outspoken about it. But it is a recurring thing. Like every few years, there will be a bunch of people with old Androids that, like, they just stop getting updates to various things that they need. Like in Sweden, our bank ID stopped getting upgrades for Android 5 a couple of years ago, which left a bunch. Yeah. So
one thing related to that is that, especially if we want the whole thing to be not only a, you know, rich Western European person who changes his phone every 2 years thing, then it's probably important to not too many things too quickly either, because I can imagine there's plenty of countries where people are many Android versions below unless they have a pretty well-paying job.
Yeah.
So in that sense,
I definitely think that like, but I'm also, these might also be a very diverse range of hardwares and operating systems and such. So it's also like, Yeah, I think it's something that it would be great if someone does, but maybe not something that we as MetaBrainz do. But if someone in the community decides to take it on, that would be amazing.
So kind of like come to IRC and we can help you with it, but we won't be the lead developers of it. You're thinking. I would agree with that. I think that's a reasonable compromise.
And we've gotten since last year. I don't think we had the VLC plugin last year. I think that was developed during this year, right? Or maybe no. Oh, I don't have my timeline. But we have the VLC. We have Cody. What other major media players would be good to have that we don't already have? Do we have a list of those somewhere that we could refer to kind of figure out where if we would like to try and do an active effort towards getting something to expand the reach? Someone. Amazon Music, one for Windows. Quote doesn't. I'm pretty sure that quote Libet already has a plugin for that. Maybe I'm misremembering. Winamp would be great. I'm not sure if iTunes allows plugins. But Windows Media Player, right? Yeah.
But right. Remember also in the iTunes style of things, you can do Mac OS apps that connect to the media service and know what's being played. Like I think in many cases that might be a better way of going about it. It's how the original Last.fm scrobbler for Windows worked as well. It kind of hooked into receiving events. I mean, it's how I believe Android does similar things.
Yep.
I agree that if we have to concentrate our efforts on something, that would probably be the best way to go. In the same way that web scrobbler you install on your browser, and then you're scrobbling all of the music websites.
What might be interesting to check here is, and this is something that will come with the stats stuff that we've been talking about the last few weeks. We should, of course, focus our efforts on the place where the most stuff comes in. Like, you know, if we can work with, let's say 90% of listens come in through Spotify integration. It's a bit unfortunate, but we're going to get the most feedback by focusing on that integration. And so over the next month or so, we should spend some time getting some good stats in so that we know what tools people are using to send submissions. And that ties in, someone said Amazon Music. Yes, so we've thought about integration with Amazon Music, with Apple Music, with Pandora, let's say. And we sort of have to be careful in choosing where we're going to put effort in order to get the best value out of it with the number of users and sort of number of listens. So that's not clear yet. I think the order in which we should prioritize, but I think we should be relatively open about the fact that we're going to prioritize where we can get the majority of users. And other stuff if we have time. That's me.
Good summary, Alistair. Thank you.
Marcus does have a good point in ISC as well. That's a kind of a feedback loop as well, because if we only focus on the ones that we already have a lot of, it's also gonna mean that we're getting more of that possibly at expense of others. So we shouldn't be blind to other options, but I also agree that at least for now, let's until we have more of all the other things we want to do with Listen Brains, maybe not spread our resources too thin is my take.
Basically, what I would say is if there's a second thing we could look into other than Spotify, that would be if there is any possibility to get the same through Bandcamp. Just because Bandcamp is like the ideal kind of like matching thing to what we try to do. So like before going to like Deezer or like other streaming services, I would maybe try to contact Bandcamp and be like, hey, we would love to work with you on this. I don't know if that would, I mean, I don't know how big that team is. I don't know if it's something they or us would have the ability to do, but like it seems like it might be interesting. And I know, I mean, SAS uses Bandcamp all the time. I think Cat uses Bandcamp all the time. I use it pretty often. So it's not like our team doesn't have an interest in getting this to happen, right?
I think I think Rob tried to get in contact with Bandcamp and tried to talk to them about APIs or some type of collaborations, but hasn't been able to get in contact with anyone. They apparently not interested.
I even went and found another person to do an actual introduction again, and I was ignored. So Bandcamp doesn't want to know about us. Doesn't seem to want to work with it. They don't even have the decency to respond and say, hey, you know, thanks for the email. We're not interested in working with you. Which is, I have a friend who used to work there, and he pretty much painted a picture of a management structure that was very closed and had views of sharing data would be basically, you know, you would have to pay lots of money to get any sort of data out of them. So I strongly suspect that there is a cultural mismatch between Bandcamp and us as far as like working together, which is a real crying shame, because as far as users and not corporate culture, but as far as users, I think Bandcamp is the one service that MusicBrainz, you know, feels most passionate about. Maybe not uses the most, because Bandcamp, Bandcamp's not as comprehensive as Spotify. But I very much would like to work with Bandcamp because they're fucking cool. They do cool things, but it seems to be limited to their outward-facing persona and not so much on the inside in their corporate structure and how they think about things. So unless something changes on that front, we can kind of forget about Bandcamp working together with us.
Or find ways to do it without, in a way that's legal and all that, but without their help. I've been trying my hardest to try and integrate Bandcamp into Brains Player and seeing if there's ways in which I can finagle away. Without much success at the moment, but haven't given up entirely yet.
Yeah, which reminds me, like if we're also adding already to MusicBrainz a reviews tab, for example, we could very much add a stream tab, and then there we could have, like, for example, instead of having that inside of Brains Player, we could even possibly have it as its own widget or whatever, because they do have embed widgets, right? Bandcamp, I mean. So we could always, like, at least until we can maybe at some point get it into Brains Player proper, we could always have it as a separate widget in the meantime or things like that. But I mean, that's more of a slightly different discussion, just like it reminded me of that.
That's part of the stuff that I tried doing. The problem is that they don't have a way to search programmatically. So the ways I have tried to solve that are super ugly. It's basically use a headless browser to visit the search page and then scrape links on that. It's Terrible.
MetaBrainz has a lot of links to Bandcamp existing. So my point is more like, if people provide the link, then we don't need to search. And Bandcamp is probably the kind of site where we can get people to provide the link pretty often, because we also have like working importers that automatically add them and whatever. So in that sense, like this is one of the sites where to get it into Brainz Player, we can probably leverage the user. So like, at the very least, you can get it into Brainz Player, such as MusicBrainz has a link, so I don't need to search. This is what you want, and then you can add it. But that only works if you have a MusicBrainz ID.
Exactly that. Or if the text mapping evolves to a point where we can get an NBID via text.
So, anything else that people want to talk about this topic? I don't see anyone. Yeah, I think that that about wraps it up for this year's summit. Um, which I don't know. I found it a pretty like reasonably efficient. I think this actually worked quite well. I think maybe Rob wants to say some final words as well, and then those who
the final words I want a nap, apparently.
Yeah. And then I think that Catquist and other people who want to hang around and do some games like yesterday, we can do that after a short break. But I'm gonna hand the microphone to Rob and let him do some talking.
Right. So I have to say I'm very pleased at how the summit went. I think we're still able to be productive. It was nice to see everybody's faces, even though we couldn't actually be here in person and needle each other in person, but all right. So given that this year sucks so monumentally, I think we've made the best of things. And in general, I think we've also done quite well as far as making the best of a really shitty year. All in all, we've been incredibly productive, and I'm incredibly proud of everyone who has participated in making things happen and moving things forward. As I said, this summer I was like really kind of torn about actually going on having a little bit of vacation because so many cool things were happening, and I didn't want to be missing out on things. So it's been a lot of fun. I sincerely hope that we can continue working like this and continually to exist in this COVID bubble. Both in sort of mentality and finances and independence and so forth is concerned. But really, I hope above that we can actually meet up again in person next year. Next year, a little bit, hopefully we'll have a clearer idea if there will be a summit, what that will entail, and then hopefully have a little bit more of a plan ahead of time and do a little bit more delegation of tasks so that most of this isn't on my shoulders to do. I'm still happy to administer, to write letters for getting visas and so forth, and making reservations and so forth, but beyond that, some of the other things I would definitely like some help with. So that will, I think, be better for all of us. I think one thing I was mentioning to Monkey that I thought was really interesting is that 2 years ago, I started talking about integrating the brains. Then last year, we started talking about it a little bit more. It was kind of taking some shape. And this year, the topic is really actually stuck. Right, and this year we actually are embracing it. I think we all see where this needs to go in order to, Critique Brains is actually sort of a very good rallying point for that. right? It's a lot of people are coming together to see how we can make Critique Brains work and integrate it into other things. And now that we had a bit of a breakthrough over Noodles, I think that's really quite interesting what we're doing there. So I find it interesting to see how topics evolve over summits, right? And we talked for genres for 15 years, and we didn't talk about genres at all this year, right? They were not a topic on themselves. So Rio and everyone else, we have finally moved past talking about genres, which is incredible. Very quite incredible. So we keep making progress, and I was also thinking back to the ages of 2010 to 2015 when we were resource constrained and we didn't have a lot of people. No, those are some frustrating times. We didn't get anything done, and summits ended up being more wishful thinking than anything else. I feel like we've moved past that. We have a lot fewer things to talk about at summits, and we have a much greater chance of actually realizing the things that we decide and talk about at a summit and have it be done for the following year. Other things like integrating brains just requires a way for a while for us to actually marinate on and stew and figure out how these things are going to go. But I feel like we've got a lot of things that we can work on and action items and tickets. So I'm excited. I'm really quite excited. Aside from me needing a nap, really, I'm excited. So thank you, all of you, for your time. And in particular, if you got up early or stayed up beyond your bedtime to go be participating in this, you have my heartfelt thanks. And everyone, you have my heartfelt thanks for doing all the hard work that you do and being independent and carrying on. It means a lot to me, and I'm immensely proud of what every one of you has done. Thank you. Yay! So back to Freso to close things out.
So I'm gonna first say I'm gonna end the YouTube stream here. So thank you for people who have been watching along these, or for people who are watching this sometime in the future. I hope you had learned something or enjoyed it. So yeah, thank you for watching, and hopefully we'll catch you around some other time. And don't be afraid to check out MetaBrainz.org and MusicBrainz.org and all our other websites if you're not already familiar with them. Which, if you've sat here and listened to, I don't know how many hours we've been going now, but 5.5 hours. If you sat through 5.5 hours of us talking about things, hopefully you are already aware of us. Otherwise, I really commend you. But yeah, come to the forums, come to our IC channels, and say hi to us. And yeah, bye YouTube.
Bye everyone. Thank you.
All right.